Welcome, welcome. Welcome. Tap the screen, tap the screen. Today's prompt is independent women are failures. That is today's prompt. Independent women are failures. Why do I say independent females are failures? Now, if we take a look at how a lot of females behave today and how they have evolved, it's practically nowhere. Welcome, YouTube. Welcome, Paul. It's practically nowhere. What have females actually accomplished other than being adults? Because that's all you really hear females talk about. You only ever hear them talk about how they finally got a car, finally have a house, finally got their degree, as if that's somehow evolution. Is that what evolving is? Becoming an adult? That's how I know females, the independent ones, are failures. Because you celebrate, as they love to call it, the bare minimum. You can't even celebrate anything else other than basic things that they can't even really accomplish. The basic necessities in life is not an accomplishment, it's just being an adult. What have you actually accomplished that people can actually see and be like, wow, that is success? You did that. You actually changed something in society, maybe people around you. No. The only thing females have done is finally be able to have sexual liberation, which a man actually made the contraception. Not even a woman made it. A woman didn't even make contraception for you females to be liberated. Everything that females do and love about society, a man created it. Tell me what have females created? What? Baddie aesthetic, boss babe, how to be a community box. Leah City said failures, low. Yes, definitely failures. Is it really success when the only thing you females are going to accomplish is working yourself like a man does? There's nothing successful about being a female and claiming to be independent. All you're really claiming to do is work your life away. That's that's the only thing we really see these females doing today is working their life away. As a woman, that's not the goal. But somehow for independent females, somehow now females are celebrating the fact that they're going to be 50, they're going to be 40 and still breaking their back to pay their bills. Yeah, that really sounds like success, right? A 50-year-old female who's still in the streets working to pay her bills. Retirement doesn't even look like something that's going to happen anytime soon. Somebody taking care of her clearly doesn't exist. What does that really mean? Independent females are failures because even their natural nature that's supposed to be femininity, they practically don't have. Independent females are not feminine. That's another thing, which is why they are masculine. The core values that womanhood is all about, independent females don't have it. It ceases to exist. They've become the man that they can't even marry. They've become the man that doesn't even want them. Thank you, Becky. That's what independent females have become today. I know damn well that if you are no longer feminine as a biological woman, you failed a long time ago. Thank you, Day. Thank you, Adelina. Thank you, Derek. They have definitely failed a long time ago. Because how is it that you've become so masculine? How is it that you, as a woman now, a female, but a biological woman, is competing with men? Thank you, Pastels. Welcome. How is that even possible? I don't even understand how females are even comfortable with the fact that they now embody a man. You now embody a hard-working man, and you're proud of that. And even as you act masculine, you don't even accomplish half the things men have. So all around, it's just useless. They try to match men's um, sexual energy by being promiscuous and in the streets. Guess what? They end up being more depressed, oxytocin low. Oxytocin is a huge component for women's happiness, women's fulfillment. And when they sleep around, that hormone doesn't function the same way. So not only do they try to be promiscuous and try to copy what men do when it comes to having intercourse with multiple men and fail because they never are satisfied in the end. Hookup culture only leads to over 50% of females being unhappy, depressed. Disingenuous. You're sitting here late at night supporting houseboy. Go get. Oh, a typical independent female. A typical independent female triggered. See, they believed. See, what a lot of these independent females believed is that having your own house, money, degree, career is what will make you successful in society, is what's going to make you seen in society, is what's going to make you known in society. No, you're still a nobody. You're still a nobody. The men that you want don't want you. All your sisterhoods are failing just like you are. So you're all just simultaneously not getting anywhere. None of you females have evolved to anything that people can actually appreciate in society. The only thing females actually push out in society is unrealistic beauty standards, community box activities, 3 or 4 behavior, which is practically the same thing. That's why you have a lot of cosmetic surgeries. Now they all look the same with the hairs, the makeup, they all dress skimpy clothes. This is what independent females have actually done for society. What they've done is just produce degeneracy. That's why a lot of women and young women today are more depressed than men. Do you know social media affects women more than it does men? Why do you think that is? Because you females, you all make each other miserable. You don't even make each other happy. You all make yourself miserable because you actually believe that your independency was somehow going to help you. What's your source on social media affecting women more than men? The source, if you want to check out the source, then you can check out one of my videos. I actually did a video about it. Or you can just do your own research online. Social media affects women more than men, women more than young boys. See, a lot of these independent females that actually have the lowest self-esteem. That's what they didn't tell you. See, a lot of these independent females on social media, they act like they're living their best life. But if you take a look at the stats, they're not. Why do you think so many females need to wear makeup, weave? Why do you think so many of them will get cosmetic surgeries? It's not a coincidence. And the worst part about it is, it has nothing to do with men. You females have all done this to yourself. Thank you, Annie Long. Thank you, AC. They are like you, disingenuous. I know you wish that this isn't a fact, and I get it. It hurts because independent females hopes that they would thrive in 2026. What have you females accomplished today in 2026, huh? Other than being community boxes. That's what I would like to know. You know, I asked this question and none of you females could ever answer it. You tell me you have all these jobs. You're working. That's what you've accomplished. A job, a career. You've accomplished paying your water bill. You've accomplished putting food in your fridge. That's an accomplishment? What is that? Is that evolution? And I know a lot of these females, they feel it. They know they failed. Because they have nothing else other than what adults are supposed to have. May I ask about females that actually have no cosmetic work and are all natural? The reality is majority of you females don't like being natural. When do you really see females with no makeup, no weave, or no skimpy clothes? When do you actually see that? You know, they're such failures that the only reason why they go to the gym is to get a big nyash. That's what you females have done. These are the type of influences that you females do and create in society. You see, men go to the gym to be healthy. Females go to the gym to get a big nyash. That's the difference. And you wonder why they have low self-esteem issues. You wonder why the unaliving rates is so high. You wonder why they have such low self-esteem. You wonder why they engage in hookup culture, because if you're going to the gym just to get a big nyash, then what are you going to try and do with that nyash? Because you're not trying to get a job with it. You're not trying to get a job with it. What is nyash? Nyash is the same thing that Chad was clapping your cheeks with. So the reality is a lot of you females don't even care about being healthy, don't even care about influencing other women in a healthy manner. And somehow you're shocked that you're failures. I'm shocked that you're shocked. That's the actual shocking part, is that independent females actually think they are successful in life. They actually think they have evolved and they have changed society in a positive light. When there's actually no proof. Your mic is too low on YouTube. 1 second. Okay, I'll get that checked out. Thank you. So somehow, females actually believed that they are going to elevate into a new life. What I would like to know is, where did you females actually think after the first and the second wave of feminism, where did you females actually see yourself today? Where did you think you was going to be? Did you really think that you was going to transcend to a higher plight? Is that where females actually believed? And this higher plight, what is it? Because the only place I see females going is the highway, is the streets. They're not going anywhere else other than the streets. They don't accomplish anything other than traveling, getting their cheeks clapped abroad, freezing their eggs because they wasted their prime years. Making useless trends that really doesn't do anything for society or themselves. Go to the gym because all you care about is how big your backside is going to be. And then they're shocked that when they reach a certain age, like when they hit the 30s, when they finally become aunties, when they finally hit 30 and they finally hit 40, now they realized how much time they wasted with this ideology of being independent. Now it begins to dawn on them when their precious prime years begins to run out, because that clock is always ticking. Don't matter if you want to believe it or not, it's ticking. And when that 30 hits, that's when they begin to now reflect. That's why you got India Love crying all over the internet. Because that's what 30 will do to them. Wasted their prime years trying to be independent boss babe. And where did that boss babe really get you, huh? Where did that boss babe really get you? Rejected, lonely, bitter. It's not that serious. You say it's not that serious. Well, how come the unaliving rate is getting higher for women? It's not that serious, but a lot of females out there are more likely now than ever before to unalive themselves. They're more on antidepressants than men. But hey, it's not that serious. That's how I know you females don't even care about each other's mental health. So I'm going to be reacting to a video, and we're going to listen to what failure actually looks like when they become independent. Probably from childhood trauma, probably tunnel child. No. Yeah. So majority of females have childhood trauma, right? Yeah, that makes great sense, right? The unaliving rate is getting higher and higher because more females have childhood trauma. Do you listen to yourself? You always want to be victims. Anyways, let's listen to what this female has to say.
Man, I feel lied to by the culture. But I'm gonna take full responsibility there, man. I fell for it. I fell for the boss bitch, I could do everything by myself, that hyper independent bullshit. And I'm 31 now, and I still have kids. I still don't have a family. I was focused on trying.
Did you hear what she said? I told you it's the 30 mark. I'm 31 now and I still don't have kids. I'm telling you, it's easy for all of these females to ride the wave in their 20s because that's your prime years. So people around you are actually more forgiving. Family are more forgiving. Men are even more forgiving. Work is more forgiving. When you're in your 20s, things are much more easier and smoother, and it's much more pleasant to take risks. But when they hit their 30s, it's no longer pleasant to take a risk, and people are no longer forgiving. And that's when it begins to dawn on them.
To get after the bag and all this. Yo, what? I'm in a place now in my life where I'm reevaluating everything. My values, my perspectives, what I really want in the future. And what I really want is a family. I feel like social media or just everything around us, society in general, wants to push.
You know, one thing that gets me is this music that she put on, like as if she's motivating independent females to the light. No, there's no light there. You just realized you failed. That's all she realized. It's just that simple. And what's funny is a lot of these females, when they get to a certain age, after they chose to be independent, now they want to reevaluate their values. Now they want to start looking at the world in a different perspective. But that doesn't change the choices that you've made, and that doesn't change what your life is going to look like for the rest of your life. See, a lot of these independent females, they think they can turn the switch on and off. They think that one day they can wake up and say, I'm going to be feminine. I'm going to enter my soft girl era. Or I'm going to wake up one day and just make these drastic changes about myself to be able to manifest a husband and a family. No, that's not how that works. If that's not who you are, you're not going to manifest it the way you want. But she's putting on this whole act with the music because she's trying to motivate herself. She's trying to pick herself up into the failure that she is. She's trying to be hopeful that there's still a chance that she's going to find the husband, she's going to find the family that really doesn't exist. And the truth is, it may never exist. Majority of these independent females are not going to get married and are not going to have the family that they desired. Men don't want a masculine wife. Men don't want a unsubmissive wife. That's what independent females are. Masculine, and they're not going to be submissive. Now that, as a wife for the rest of your life, is like every man's nightmare.
That the woman is the future. No, the family is the future.
It's funny that she said family is the future, right? Family is the future. But these females didn't care about family, didn't care about any of those things because you was living your best life. What happened to that? What happened to living your best life? And now you hit 30, you're bitter, lonely, and talking about standards. Those standards didn't exist when they were in multiple relationships, trying to get the man that they wanted. Now they want to be something they're not. It's practically too late. Once you choose to be an independent female, the likelihood of you getting what you want in a man and getting the family out, the family that you want out of that man is not realistic. It's not realistic. Take it easy. It's not too serious. Oh, I mean, it's good that you're comfortable with failure. You have to be comfortable with your own failure. At some point in life, you do have to accept that you failed as an independent female. So I get it. If telling yourself is not that serious, so you can sleep better at night, then go ahead, whatever helps you. But it still doesn't change who you have become and who you are, which is a masculine female. How do I become an independent failure? Take a hard look in the mirror and all the answers are there. Take a hard look in the mirror and all the answers are there. Understand, when a female wants to move out of her house, when she first moves out her house, that is someone that is truly going to invest their life in not being a wife. See, a lot of these females think that if I just now shift my focus and be feminine and now try to be the nurturing woman that I never was, they will be that. But you're not going to be that. See, understand, you are the sum total of the choices that you've made. And the choices that you made is when you made it in your prime years. So what you did in your prime years and the choices that you've made is who you are. That's not going to magically change in your 30s. That's not going to magically change in your 40s. You are the sum total of your choices. And a lot of these Fefails chose to either be community boxes, masculine, money orientated in their 20s. And the truth is, they never even climbed the financial ladder. A lot of these independent Fefails are average earners in debt. Can't even pay off their loans. Credit score is low. They're just surviving. And that's another thing that's interesting as well. Majority of you Fefails are not even successful in your career. Majority of you Fefails are night nurses. Majority of you Fefails are taking care of old people because you need a job quickly. Majority of you Fefails do hair for a living. So when we're talking about these independent Fefails, the average is broke. The average is a dusty. The average has debt that hasn't been paid for years. The average is struggling to get the job that she went to university for. The average just got fired and is struggling to get back to the workforce. See, a lot of these Fefails think being independent means you are successful financially. Do you know majority of these independent Fefails don't have money like that, don't even have a saving? Do you know majority of Fefails don't even have a saving? Don't even have £1,000, $1,000 in their savings account. So independent doesn't mean that they finally got the bag. They ain't got the bag. Majority of them will never see the bag in their life. They get paid and the bag goes to their bills. They spend the rest of it on going on dinner dates with their girls or travel. Broke again, make the money, and the same thing repeats. That's what they're doing. They get paid, pay their bills, spend it on going on dinner dates, eating out, take pictures, travel, and they're broke again. But they're not going to tell you that. But if you take a look at the stats and an average income, they're not even making more than men. They're not even making more than men. So understand, they are not financially stable the way a lot of these Fefails like to make it seem as if they are. So I'm going to be reacting to another video as well. And I'm in my mid-30s. I hate being single and I hate living alone. Now, I actually came across this video and I think it's interesting. I think her feelings towards her life is very genuine, and I believe that a lot of these independent Fefails actually feel like this. This is how they feel about their life, about their choices, and they don't talk about it. They're usually in denial and say, we chose this. We chose to be single. We are not going to settle. But not settling doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. See, understand is saying you're not settling doesn't mean anything. It really just means that you can't get what you want. And after years, it begins to take a toll on them. It begins to make them look at themselves, well, what is wrong with me that I can't be able to get what I believe I deserve? That will take a toll on your mental health because a lot of these Fefails don't like to take accountability. So that's a whole nother mental battle with who they believe they were, who they believe they are, and who they actually are, which is failures. All right.
I'm in my mid-30s and I struggle so much to connect with women who have partners that are providers. I know this about myself. There's a level of envy in a way. I'm envious of them. And I struggle to empathize a lot of the times. Like, I really do. Because it's literally just me. Like, I have to keep a roof over my head. I have to keep up with my health. I have to keep up with my happiness. I have to keep up with my dog. I know that's first world problems. But just like all these things,
Isn't this what independent Fefails wanted? You have to pay your own bills, look after your own health, look after your own pet, look after the roof over your head. Isn't this what independent Fefails wanted? To not depend on a man. To not have to rely on a man until you do that for a decade, until you know you're going to have to do it for another decade. You see, it's easy to say, I don't want to have to depend on a man. I don't want to have to spend the rest of my life with a man and he's going to be the leader. He's going to be the one that's going to take care of me. He's going to be the one that's going to be, hovering over the finances. I want my own money. I want my own savings. I don't want to share what I have. It's easy to say that until they start doing it for a long time. Now that's a different ball game because it gets exhausting. See, men have that. Men are built to work. Men are built to work for much more longer. Men are built to work much more harder than women are. If anything, I think it actually energizes men when they work hard and get what they want from that work. Whilst for women, what are you actually getting? Because at some point, women want to rest. At some point, you as a woman do want to rest. Men take pride in their work. Whilst for a biological woman, working in your mid-30s and 40s all by yourself it is not satisfying and it's not feminine either. It is feminine to rely on a man. It's actually very masculine to do it all by yourself because men prepare their whole entire lives to do things by themselves. That's what men do. They prepare to do that. Now, you as a woman, you should be really preparing to be a wife and have a man take care of you. As I said, they think this is what they want until they start doing it. Now it's a different ballgame. Now you're tired, exhausted of doing it all by yourself.
I'm doing by myself, and I know there are a lot of people out there that can relate. And as humans, we are not meant to be individual creatures. We haven't evolved past that. We are still meant to be communal, and we are meant to be in groups and herds and in packs. And so to be in your mid-30s doing all of this stuff, it's exhausting. It's exhausting. And it's so crazy when I think about it because growing up, I was taught you need to be able to take care of yourself. You shouldn't depend on anybody. Definitely don't depend on a man. Like, that was a whole spiel that was ingrained over and over and over again. And I'm on my 6th apartment in New York City by myself. And that was a goal. That was always like, get your own space, take care of yourself. I'm gonna tell you right now, in my mid-30s, I hate living by myself. I hate it. I'm a communal person. I like being around people. I sleep better when I'm around people, whether it's my family, my close friends. I hate being by myself. And so I'm at this weird place where I'm just like, what do I do? I don't know. And I just know.
The truth is, there's nothing she can do. There's nothing she can do. I think a lot of females want to believe that men need them. I think a lot of females want people to believe that people need you when you are independent. See, when you become an independent female, you actually lose your value. You actually don't become needed anymore. Society needs feminine women. Society needs nurturing mothers. Society needs traditional wives, not independent women. Independent women help corporate companies thrive, businesses thrive, just different types of businesses thrive. Capitalism, yeah. Independent females help everybody else make money. But does it really actually help society, community thrive? No, it doesn't. So to actually have a healthy community, because that's what they love to talk about, the village. She mentioned it. We're supposed to be a village. We're supposed to be communal. We're supposed to be around people. So she's letting us know that being alone is not something you're supposed to do. Because she understands that she's useless. She's become useless to society. She's become useless to her community. She's become useless to men. Being independent has exploited all of her feminine values. And she feels it now. She feels it when she goes home alone. She feels it when she's around her family. And she definitely feels it when she's around the men that she wants. So when you become an independent female, you're no longer valuable. The only thing you're needed for is to clock in and out of work. You're no longer the nurturing mother that you could have been. You're no longer the feminine woman, and you're no longer the traditional wife. The only role you have in society now is to go to work and go back home. That's the only role you have in society now. And that is quite, is not only an exhausting place to be, but you're very insignificant. You actually become very insignificant. People in society don't actually care about you anymore. Just do your job and that's it. Because you no longer add value. And a lot of independent females, the older they get, they begin to see that. Not only do they begin to see that, they begin to feel it as well. They begin to feel how insignificant they have become. Because all that independence, you haven't evolved to anything else other than a worker. That's all you've evolved to be, is a worker. You're insignificant. And once you become useless to whatever company, business you work for, they will just replace you with another female like you. That's how insignificant you are. You're replaceable.
Just know if I had a partner that was helping me balance out this stuff, I would free up so much mental and emotional capacity to accomplish and get done all of these things that I have constantly in my mind, these ideas. Like, I have so many ideas that could be life-changing, not just for me, but like, and not just for my family even. I know it could change my family's life, but for society. Like, I have all these ideas, but I'm by myself, and I can't do it. It's impossible. It's impossible. And it's crazy to try to accept that or come to terms with that. But I'm not beating myself up about it, because I'm human. And again, humans are meant to be communal. We are meant to thrive in community. And again, we haven't evolved past that. I don't know why people don't get there. We haven't evolved past that. So everybody's like, oh, block this person, don't communicate.
Yeah, wait, it's just about to finish. Let me just...
Okay. Yeah, and then you get isolated. And then what?
You know, it's interesting that she said we haven't evolved past that. No, let's correct that. She hasn't evolved past that. You haven't evolved past that. Independent females have not evolved past that. And this is what a lot of these females do. They like to make it seem as if it's everyone in the same boat. No, it's them. It took her until her mid-30s to realize she hasn't evolved. Evolving is actually doing something better, bringing something new. Working, buying a house is not evolving. You are doing what adults do and what adults have been doing for a very long time. And a lot of these females, they got hyped up about it. They got hyped up the fact that they finally can make money, get their own house, move to 6 different apartments. And that's that. And it's such a meaningless lifestyle. It's actually meaningless. And I know a lot of females, they think being a traditional woman, being a wife is meaningless. because you're always under a man and you're just taking care of kids, but actually has more meaning to it because they actually are adding value to their community and to their society. They are teaching the next generation. And whatever they teach that generation, they are going to use that information, extract that information, and actually pour it back. See, a lot of these Fefails begin to realize that everything about your life is actually purposeless. Everything about your life is purposeless. What have you actually done to help your society? Because really need to understand, if you choose not to be a mother, before you become a mother, be a wife. So if you are not a wife, mother, and you don't actually build wealth with your family, then what are you actually doing? That's the real question. What are you actually doing? And that's the question a lot of these females can't actually answer. They can't really tell you what they're doing. And if you ask them, what are you doing? Do you know what they're going to tell you? I'm working. I got my degree. They're not doing anything. What do men bring to the table? I'm existing, making a career and legacy for myself. You see, I'm working and making a legacy for yourself. You're not making a legacy. If you was really making a legacy, you wouldn't be on here. Do you even know what legacy means? Please. These Fefails think being independent is going to make you a legend. What? Working is what makes you a legend? Having a career is what makes you a legend? Healing? Is that what you Fefails are doing? So you Fefails are working and healing. That's it. Do you understand it? You're not doing anything new. Celibacy, really? Looking Within says a lot of these independent Fefails are practicing celibacy. They're practicing to keep their legs closed. You think that's evolving? You think it's evolving to not get your cheeks clapped? Independent Fefails think it's evolving when you don't let random men bust inside you. That's the state of these Fefails for you. I'll ask them, what are you actually doing other than working? And they told me celibacy. Wow. You finally learned to keep your legs closed and you want to celebrate that. It's 2026 and you only learn how to close your legs now? Is this what you independent Fefails are doing? It's finally not letting random men bust inside you? Wow. And you wonder why they are failures, right? I'd rather be a pick-me than a Fefail like you who really believes she's building a legacy. What legacy are you building other than failure? Do you even know what the word legacy means? These Fefails think that their career is going to give them legacy. And that's how I know. They just want to believe that. Anything to help their self-esteem. None of you Fefails are building legacy. None of you Fefails are even going to be remembered. And I'm not saying that to be harsh. I'm not saying that to be rude. But the reality is none of you Fefails are going to be legends. Memorable. None of you Fefails are going to change your community. You're just going to unalive and somebody else is going to replace what you was doing in that career. That's all you independent Fefails are doing. There's nothing legendary about paying your bills. There's nothing legendary about waking up in the morning and going to work. What is legendary about paying your water bill? What is legendary about paying your tax? I don't get it. What is legendary about that? I know you Fefails want to believe that you are going to be the next thing coming in life, but you ain't that.
Good night.
So Zanya, welcome.
Blessings on your rising or your day.
Okay, thank you.
Is this AI?
You too. Can you please?
AI? Are you an AI
No,
person?
I'm not an AI. Please address the prompt.
I should address the prompt. That's why he told me to rise up.
Yes.
I want to
To
ask
address
you
the
a couple
prompt.
questions before I address
Okay,
the prompt.
before you ask me a question, hold on. Before you ask me a question, just address the prompt so we all know where you stand.
Independent women are feeling. Are you not reading my chat? Wouldn't you have known my stance if you were reading my chat?
Yes, but not everyone here knows that. Not everyone is on TikTok. So you need to tell us where you stand, not only for me, but for my audience as well. They need to know where you stand.
Independent women are
Okay, so you disagree.
Are not failures. They are not failures. Now, are you married? And I'm getting a feedback. It's
That's none of your business.
But clearly you're making it a business if you're on here calling persons Fefails.
So the reality,
for being independent.
Because that's what independent Fefails are. Yes.
I'd love to have this conversation.
That's what independent Fefails are.
Feedback, and the feedback is kind of, yeah, I'm hearing back. I only have this discussion with you if you're gonna actively answer my question and engage in a discussion.
Okay, then just don't ask personal questions, and then we can engage in the conversation. If you want to, if you want to know about my life, then you can make a Facebook page and be a fan. But if you want to actually engage in a debate, don't need to make it personal.
No, it's not personal. You literally made a comment when you responded to what I said by saying, "Oh, I'm a Fefail because I'm on this app." And so I'm asking you the question: are you married?
I made a comment. Okay, let's make this clear. You made a comment saying, I asked the chat, what are independent Fefails doing? Okay? Now, because you are independent Fefail, you internalized that question and said, I'm building a career and a legacy. So you internalized that question and answered for yourself when you were supposed to give a genuine answer. But you gave me an answer. So I looked at that answer and said, that's a Fefail meant, hold on.
Why would I give a generalized response when I believe I'm an independent woman?
Yeah, hold on. So, yeah, that's the difference is you made it personal when you decided to bring yourself and say, I'm working on my career and legacy. You internalize that question when it was a genuine question. So because you gave me an internalized answer and I responded to it, you felt it was personal. But I never made it a personal question. You made it a personal response.
Your literal response to me was that, oh, I'm a Fefail because I'm on this app.
Yes, I never said that you are a Fefail because I never said you are a Fefail because you are on this app. That is silly. I said you are a Fefail because you have a mentality where you believe that building a career is you building a legacy.
That's not
a career. Having a career. You said no. That's exactly what I said. I said if you was building, hold on, if you was building a legacy, you wouldn't be on TikTok. Okay. So everything that you're saying, okay, then that's my point.
So because I take time out of my day to be on an app that I enjoy, that means that I'm not working towards my individual legacy.
No.
That's literally what you're
I don't think you
implying.
understand. I don't think you
Repeat,
understand.
repeat,
I don't think you
repeat what you
understand
said.
what
Repeat what you
legacy.
said. No, okay, what's your
I said
definition
if you
of
was working on
legacy?
your legacy,
Mhm.
I said if you was working on your legacy, you wouldn't be on TikTok getting triggered over the fact that independent
That's not
females
what
are
you
failures.
said. Oh my god, I can't have this
That's the truth. You
conversation.
wouldn't
That's
be.
not you, but
That's exactly what I said. I
you
said
did
if
that's
you
not
was
what
if
you said. You just added that part to it. You
are you
just
slow?
added that
Are you
part to it.
slow or are
Are
you
you
slow? Which
slow?
one? Which one is it? Are you slow
Are
or are
you
you slow?
slow? Are you slow? You just added that part to
You
it.
actually you are slow because you actually believe you are working on a legacy. You're not working on a legacy. I know you want to believe that, but a lot of you females are just average brokies who have normal jobs. Like, be real with yourself. You didn't like the fact that I said you are not building on a legacy. You will never have a legacy. It's not just because you're on TikTok. You actually believe that me working on a career and building a legacy is actually your reality. No, that's not your reality. Your reality is getting triggered that I'm calling independent females failures because that's what you are. That's your reality. That's your reality. You just added the last bit to strengthen your stance. No, no, no. There's nothing to strengthen my stance. I've been saying the same thing over and over again. This is not my first live. That's how I know you're slow. This is not my first live. I have said the same thing over and over again, and somehow you think I've changed what I said. No one changed what they said to appease a female who actually believes she's building a legacy. You're not building a legacy. You're working for another man. That's what you are. That's what you're doing. You're just another worker. You're just another employee who's waiting to get paid. What legacy are you building? You are just an employee. That's all you are. There's no legacy with that. And I know that is bare truth. I get it. You don't want to actually accept that you are nothing other than an employee. You're not this legend. You're not building a legacy. Not building any type of wealth. Do you females not know that you actually need family to build wealth? Do you females not know that you need family to build wealth? Because wealth is not just built because you got a career. I hope you females understand this. Having a career doesn't mean you suddenly got wealth. Wealth takes time. A lot of times it takes generations. It may be the next couple of generations that's actually going to experience the wealth that you started to build with your family. But a lot of you females have been lied to. You actually think that you can build this legacy, you can be this legend because you got a career. Meanwhile, you have no husband, have no family to even continue that. So what are you building then? You're just making somebody else rich. That's all that you independent females are doing. Not accomplishing anything. And that's all they seem to do is to get triggered. See, what they want is for people to appease their delusion. You want people to appease your delusion and actually tell you that you can be whatever you want to be in the future. All dreams can come true. This is not Disneyland. This is not some fairy tale movie. This is reality. There are people in this world that are going to be failures, and independent Fefails are one of them. What, do they really think it's only men who are failures? That's what a lot of Fefails want to believe. They just want to believe only men can be failures. They want to believe only men could be failures. No, women can't be failures, only men. That's not real. So I'm going to play the next video and let's see what she has to say.
Silent regret of the boss babe era. By 2030, nearly half of working women are going to be projected as unmarried and childless. Not because they failed, not because they're not capable, but because they followed the feminism plan that they were given. From the early 20s, many women were told the same thing. Focus on school, build a career, be independent, relationships can wait, family can wait. You have time. We've all heard that, right? So they listened. They worked the longer hours. They delayed the dating. They passed on good men because now is just not the time. Maybe they put their relationships on hold because the success felt too urgent in the moment. Now, in your late 20s and early 30s, it works, right? You feel empowered, stable, validated, in total control. Psychology shows a shift that often happens in the late 30s, not because your ambition was wrong, not because success is bad, but because fulfillment does not follow the corporate timeline. That's when the realization hits you, and it hits you hard.
And it's interesting that she said that, a lot of these independent Fefails actually are never truly fulfilled. And it makes sense because money is not going to fulfill you. A house is not going to fulfill you. Yeah, it's going to make you happy, but happy is one of the most fleeting emotions out there. Yes, you're happy you got your house, you're happy you got your car, all of these things. But that's not fulfillment because one day you're not going to be happy. And guess what? You're still unfulfilled. See, a lot of these Fefails, they depend on the word happiness way too much. Because the reality is, there are going to be days where people are going to be happy and people are going to be sad. Now, what's the difference, right? How come there are people who are sad and still can be able to be stable mentally, still don't fall into depression, and still be able to maintain a healthy lifestyle? Because they are fulfilled. They understand that sadness is just a fleeting emotion and they have other things in life that fulfills them. And they can kind of go beyond this happiness and sadness emotion. While Fefails, they can't go beyond that because they're not fulfilled in life. They don't actually have anything else other than their house, their car, and their career. So what happens is when you do begin to feel sad and you have no other fulfillment around you, that's where you begin to lead into getting depressed, lonely. And then you have no one there to help release those oxytocin hormones, which is the love hormone. So it's the touch, it's the cuddling, it's not just intercourse, it's just having someone that you love there. You don't have that. So it's an all-time low for a lot of Fefails. And it's just continuous. So at the end of this journey, this independent journey, these Fefails never become fulfilled. You're never fulfilled because outside of materialistic things, what else do you have? And this is why you hear a lot of them will say like healing and celibacy, because this is them actually trying to be fulfilled. When you hear a lot of these Fefails saying, I'm trying to heal, I'm in my celibacy journey, they'll be in some weird journey, it will be like she's trying to elevate herself. She's trying to come out of something. The truth is, she's not fulfilled in life. And they will do anything to try and feel fulfilled. That's when they get into this weird spiritual journey. Maybe they're doing some healing, traveling, whatever it is they're doing. They are just unfulfilled. And they're longing to find that wherever they go, which they can't find it. And what they do is they romanticize the unfulfillment. A lot of independent females, they romanticize. They will do anything to romanticize their depression, their loneliness, and their bitterness. Because if they don't romanticize it, then everyone's going to know you're miserable. If they don't romanticize it, then everyone's going to know that you are actually so unfulfilled with everything that you chose in your own life. So what you see with these females on social media is they romanticize depression, they romanticize loneliness, and they romanticize unfulfillment. They blur the lines. They don't like it when things are just black and white. No, they don't like it when it's just that obvious. They need to blur the line so you can be confused with their failure. Females don't want it to be obvious, don't want it to be clear that they have failed. Because then what will happen is men were right. And females will unalive on a hill before they will say men are right. Yes, I'm very serious. I'm hoping you are a woman.
I've been grinding since my early 20s. I did everything right. I have security. I'm financially stable. And I'm alone. And this is the part that doesn't really get talked about that much. Achievement gives dopamine, right? It's short term. It eventually fades, but connection creates meaning, and meaning lasts. And there's decades of research that show after basic financial stability, more money stops increasing long-term happiness. What does predict life satisfaction is close relationships, partnership, family, and a shared purpose, but biology doesn't negotiate.
And this is what, irritates me about a lot of these females is they only care about family, relationship, marriages when they have failed. And it's like, now you want all of these healthy relationships when you are really at the bottom. When you are actually at the lowest place in your life, now you want someone else to elevate you in a healthy place. I just don't think that's realistic. That's why men don't marry these independent females. Because why should anyone break their back to help you because you failed? Welcome, one. Can you please address the prompt?
Oh, hello. Are you saying
Thank you for coming up. I appreciate. So this is what usually happens is they get into a place where now they want all the good things in life. They're ready. They're ready for a husband and families when you are actually in the lowest place in your life. What use are you now that the only time you want a family, the only time you want a husband is when you are at the lowest place in your life? It's such a backwards mentality. That's why a lot of men that they want avoid them like plague. Because that's what you really are. You're actually in a very unhealthy mental place where no one wants to build with you anymore. When you want a family, when you want a husband, when you want all of these things, you're supposed to actually be in a very pleasant place. Be in a place where you haven't exhausted yourself. That's what you get with these independent females. You get the exhausted version of her, wanting to be a mother and a wife because she's desperately looking to fill this emptiness in her life. No, that's why by 2030, majority of you females are going to be childless and unmarried. Because that's not a man's responsibility to fill this emptiness in your life because you chose to waste your prime years. Another reason why they will also go for younger women. So when an independent female says, now I'm ready to find a husband, now I'm ready to look for something meaningful in life, it don't mean nothing anymore. It doesn't mean anything. What it means is you are just looking for someone to make you feel better about where you are at in life. You're looking for a personal psychiatrist for free. Why do you think they talk about going therapy so much? It's a real mental place these independent females are in. It's a real mental place these females are in. Okay, welcome. Can you please address the prompt?
I disagree to an extent. Well, actually, I disagree. Because the thing is, women, since the beginning of time, I mean, they have been working, like, it's not a new thing. So they're part of, so it's not like, it's just that now they're doing it without a man, right? So, I mean, if one is to say, okay, well, because you're not married and you're not centered by a man, you are a fefail or FIFA or fufa or whatever it is, it doesn't make sense. Because the thing is, a lot of women are saying, I rather just, pleasure myself, buy something from Amazon to pleasure myself, and and the men are saying, okay, you know what, I'll go my own way. And that's the society. I think I mentioned it last night. Like, basically, society is just collapsed, right? Especially in certain countries. And that's the result you have, is not because of independent women.
Okay. So it's interesting that you said I'm just basing it around having a man, when it's not just centered around having a man. Oh, hold on. It's not just centered around having a man, because you started talking about getting toys and trying to please yourself, right? It's not just centered around having a husband, right? That is also a part of it, but it's not just centered around that. What I'm saying is, when these females choose to be independent, like you said, women have been working, okay? It's nothing new. We're in 2026. It's been a couple of years now, a couple of decades, where women have been working, owning their own house, owning their own business, and having their own bank. So this has actually become the norm in Western society. So outside of this, they are accomplishing nothing else.
In the Western world,
they have accomplished nothing else, and they're not evolving into anything else. Because when you choose to be independent and you don't choose to participate in being a wife and being a mother in a traditional standard, then what else are you doing to replace that standard?
So in today's society, that's a good, interesting question. So in today's society, there are a subset of women who are engaging in what you just described, right? They're what you would call a quote-unquote traditional, right? Not really that traditional, right? Especially in UK, US, no. But they are there, right? And the question that you have to ask yourself is, when you look at these women, are they even doing a good job? Are they producing top quality children? And the answer again and again you come into is no. The whole society is collapsing, right? It's like a failure of a society. And that's what you are not taking into account. And that is just, I don't know, like, it's okay to focus on a subset of Fefails, as you call it, or FIFA, right? Sure, okay, but you have also people engaging in this so-called traditional, right, lifestyle that is not getting them anywhere, right? And the thing is, a lot of women, they would have, like, go and have kids, and they regret it. A lot of women are regretting it.
Okay, I understand that. But you haven't really answered the question. So what are independent females? So independent females choose not to be traditional because they chose to be independent. So what are they replacing what are they replacing traditional values with? If you're not choosing to be traditional, you're not choosing to build a family and create generational wealth, then what are you replacing that with?
Same thing, like, I mean, the thing is, in society, you have a subsect of people. Like, you have a people who are on the lower end of the scale and the people on the higher end, right? Not everybody is like, multimillionaire, and every woman isn't going to be a multimillionaire, obviously, right? So the thing is, like, these women, right? These Fefails, as you call them, they are actually quite content with their life. Some of them are not, for sure. Like, you played that video, and I don't really buy that, because it's all to just get a clap for, like, drop me a like, or like farming for likes, and how the internet is. But the thing is, like, for some people, right, and a lot of people, right, is not working this life, and they rather just be like I told you, they rather just buy a toy from Amazon, get pleasure. They clock in their work, clock out, right?
Okay, so
I mean,
okay, so it sounds like, so
that's
what
what
it
they
sounds
do.
like is independent females are not replacing these traditional values with anything. They're just buying toys and touching themselves. That's
That's
really
what it
your
looks like.
answer is. Your answer is
That's
independent
it looks like.
females. No, but that's your answer. Your answer is independent females are not replacing traditional values with anything other than toys.
Yeah, like, I mean, most of them are like in your where
Does
you
that
are. They're
not
just
does that not
no, no,
sound
no,
like
no.
a failure to you?
No, wait.
No?
So the thing, just a second. So in addition to that, I told you that, like, I mean, going to school, going to work, whatever. Like, I know that's a masculine, like, a territory for you, right? You consider that a masculine trait, but a lot of women, like, I mean, they have come a long way, right? Like, they have come a long way where they can do whatever, right? And a lot of them are using that to build whatever life they choose. If someone, like, chooses, to be a belly dancer, right? You might say, okay, that's disgusting, like, that's whatever. But there are dancers, there are actresses, whatever. That is like, to be self-fulfilled, right? And to do what one truly wants. That's in and of itself, right, a good thing. And that's like the foundation of Western societies, right, where we have achieved all this, right, to be free, right? The individual is the sovereign, right? I mean, that's from where you are. That's where you
Okay,
came from.
okay, but you're talking, so majority of females don't even make money to build anything.
What?
Majority of them don't even make over 50k a year. They don't even make over 50k a year. So they're not actually saving any money or making enough money to build anything. And in today's state, like inflation, it actually affects women more than men. How the living crisis, inflation affects women more than men. So with everything that's happening, it seems like they're failing financially and actually are more unstable than men are.
Yeah, so a lot of women are not, like, I mean, they are, and usually, if you look at, and there was actually a study done, actually, I was surprised. If you look at women in their 20s, people who graduated from university or whatever, college, and they are in the work field, same as men, they make the same, if not a little bit more than men. Hence why, the pay gap, quote unquote, right? That was debunked, right? That's one of the things that is used. So to sit and say
No,
independent women,
women don't make more than men, because if they did, then they wouldn't be heavily affected by cost of living. If that was
so
true, if women were making more than men, then they wouldn't be affected by inflation or the living crisis. It even says, even if you take a look at, there's a women's budget group called the cost of living crisis. Women are more likely than men to be poor and have been harder by cuts to social security and provision by public services. Women have lower levels of savings and wealth than men.
So that you're talking about a subsect of women, right? Like what you said, it is true.
No, I'm not. This is the majority of women. Majority of women don't have savings. Majority of women have lower levels of wealth than men, and majority of women have been affected by living crisis much more than men have. This is not a subset.
Yeah,
Cost of living is affecting everyone. Cost of living is affecting everyone, and it's affecting women the most.
Sure. But if you look at actually what you said, it's true for women who are divorced women, single mothers, absolutely true for that. Not women who actually graduated alongside men. It doesn't talk about it just being a subgroup of women. This is just women in general. So where you are, I mean, like,
yes, single moms. Yes, single moms. Yes, single moms are more. Yeah, but this is it's not just a study in the UK. It's also a study in the UK. It's not even a study. It's governmental stuff I'm reading out. Yes, single moms are always going to be more likely impacted, but women are still impacted more than men in general, whether they have children or not.
No. So the thing is, and it's been used repeatedly, right? Like when people
You said no. You're saying no to logic.
Just a second. Okay. Well, okay. If you have a logic, right? Can you like put up the data? Like, are you able to do that?
Why don't you know the data yourself? And I actually told you where you could find it.
Okay, I thought so. Okay, but anyway,
I did.
moving along.
I actually told you.
Moving along. Okay, so the thing is, if you see like this independent women, right, quote unquote, right? Again, it goes back to the basics of Western society, right? Being allowed to do what you want. And they are, like, I mean, once upon a time it wasn't the case, right? But I mean, now it is such that they're able to do, you might find it reprehensible, right? Reprehensible that they're living this lifestyle, right? But anybody could be, grossed out by anybody else, right? It's their right. We live in a free society, but at the end of the day, right? Like, facts are facts, and facts don't care about your feelings, unfortunately. But that's the way it is, and you can't.
And what facts? What facts are you talking about?
Well, that they okay.
What facts are you talking about?
Well, that you live in a society where women are allowed to make their own choices, and if I mean, that's the basis of that society, right? If they're
okay, then
quote unquote independent, right? Like, I don't even know what that means, independent, and they're failing. That's like oxymoron in some way. Like, you're independent, but at the same time failing. It's odd.
Yeah, you are. You can. Yes, just because you're listen, being independent, you can still be independent and fail. You do know that, right? You can still be independent and have no money in your bank account.
Huh? Okay.
Independent doesn't mean independent. Hold on. Independent doesn't mean you are successful and thriving in your life. It just means you're doing everything by yourself. That's all independent really means. Sense. It means you're free from independent. The word independent literally just means you are free from outside control. That does not dictate whether you are successful or not, whether you're stable or not, whether you're mentally sound or not. That has nothing to do with that.
But you can't, if you don't have any money in your bank account, you're relying on someone else. How could that, by its definition, be an independent person? Like, it doesn't make sense.
You could, okay, for example, an independent female, she could pay all her bills and she only has about $1 in her bank account or £1 in her bank account.
So
She's still a failure.
So she's paying all her bills.
Yeah, she's paid all of her bills and she has no money left after.
So how is she?
She's still independent.
Wait. So how could you buy food, transportation, all that stuff? You're not able to, like what you just said. Like if you pay the rent.
That's a lot of Fefails reality. You do know that, right? A lot of Fefails are actually being affected by poverty, especially now the living crisis and inflation.
Sure.
A lot of women have lost their jobs.
Oh, yeah,
so
for sure.
I don't know why you're acting shocked.
No, a lot of people, like, the thing I'm surprised is a lot of people have lost their jobs, men and women. So I'm not sure, like, so, and I agree.
No, but it affects women more. It affects women more. Poverty affects women more than men.
Sure.
So you can be independent and paid your bill and still struggle to actually survive. That's a lot of Fefails reality right now. So independent does not dictate how successful you are. It just means you're doing everything by yourself.
No, I think, okay, so by yourself, you just mean, and you said it earlier, you just mean, okay, you're not birthing like children, you're not tied to a man, so therefore you are not basically successful. That's your definition. But the thing is, if you are not able to
That's not my definition.
Just a second. If you're not able to pay for yourself, you're not independent. It's simple as that. Like it's just like you're depending on others.
Okay, so listen to my words. Okay. Why are you confused? Do you think that independent women? No, you are confused because you can be broke and be independent. You can be broke and be independent. Do you not know that?
So you're broke. So how do you pay your rent if you're broke?
Because your paycheck can only be able to afford your rent.
Then you wouldn't be able to afford.
So once you get paid, all your money goes to your rent, your car, it goes to everything, and you're broke. Mm-hmm. What don't you understand about that?
That is, see, the thing is, that in itself, again, and I keep repeating, like, I'm not sure, like, how to make you understand, but it's just like I agree with you, there are some people living like that, just like, they're like living paycheck to paycheck, as it were, like in the States it happens, in the UK, but the thing is, especially in the UK, and in a lot of Western world, they have it's like a welfare society. So that person is usually getting some sort of assistant, right? They need like a crutch of some sort. You get it? So they're not
from
really
the government. So they're still broke.
Exactly.
No, so but okay, I'm not talking. Okay, hold. Okay, then, but they are still doing everything by themselves. The government is not your family. The government is not your family. The government has nothing to do with your personal life. They're just giving you some money, but you're still doing everything by yourself. So whether they are on welfare or on benefits, government assistance, they're still independent because they no longer live with their parents and live by themselves. And even when they don't, even if they're not, even when you're not on, even if you don't have government assistance, you can still be broke.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Like you could still be broke. But, I mean, usually people are not gonna they rely on friends and whatnot. Like, no truly person can the situation you describe. But the thing is, if they're by themselves and they're doing, who should they be with? Like, because when you're 18, hopefully you're out of the house, your parents' house, and you make
it's okay to stay at home until you get married. Just because you turn 18 doesn't mean you just move out. That's how a lot of these Fefails end up being broke.
True. I mean, you could save costs by mooching off your parents.
It sounds like you.
No, but I mean, but you could make the case, right? Like, just save costs and just live at home, and then, I mean, hopefully someone is, contributing to their parents' home, right? and they're not just sitting there like just waiting for marriage.
Okay, it sounds like you're shocked that independent women are actually the brokies of society.
No, because there are broke people. I explained to you already. I don't know how many times, but it's just like they exist, right? It's just that a
Okay
lot of
then.
like
So you so then you so you
no, no,
agree
no,
so
no.
you agree so you agree that being independent has nothing to do with you being financially stable.
Being in like if it is this new term colloquial, I'm independent women, maybe that's what you're referring to, whatever. But the thing is, what I'm referring to is a woman who can hold herself up, right? Has a career, has able to go, and build a life for herself, and then go.
Majority just yeah, but okay, but you're talking is still the same thing. Just because you have a career doesn't mean you're up.
What
Do
do
you
you
know
mean?
there's only a
That's a
small
big.
percentage of females who even make six figures and up? Majority of females are in debt.
Those are from the
So to
low class.
you,
It's a low
you're
class.
see what
It's a
you're
low
now you no see this I see you just admit it.
class.
You are talking about a subselect of women who make a certain amount of money. That's who you are talking about. You are talking about the minority. We're talking about the majority. A majority of females are not making the bag, but they're independent.
For example, I just want to ask you, in the UK, like just when you look at the population of women, right, like 18 and over, like let's say, or 25 and over, let's say, like are they married? Are they like not married? Are they broke? Are they having careers? What is the like? What is the picture looking like?
Yes, majority of females in the UK are not getting married. The
And
marriage
why?
rates has also decreased in the UK.
Why is that?
Pardon?
Why is that?
Because majority of females want to be independent. That's why. A lot of them want to be independent, want to
Independent from what? From who?
experience their prime years, engage in hookup culture. That's what they want to do.
But I mean, that's the culture. It's been like that for a while, hasn't it? Get a girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever, and then eventually settle down or something.
The reality is majority don't settle down because when you choose to be independent in your prime years, you are no longer feminine. And men are not looking to be the masculine women by the time they're ready. And that's why the marriage rates has dropped. Doesn't matter how
So,
ready they are now masculine and ultimately unattractive.
but so the men are calling the shots and saying, okay, no, no, we don't want you women. And then they have no
Yes,
choice. They just,
men hold the keys to marriage, of course. Men have always called the shots. Oh, don't say that word. The men have always held the keys to marriage. That has always been what it has. If a man doesn't ask you to marry him, you will never get married. Unless you want to bend down on one knee and ask a man to get married, which I know majority of women and females will never want to do.
well, you'll be surprised now things are changing. But the thing is, like, okay, so if it is like this, then we wouldn't have, like, I mean, this issue with the single moms, right? Like, the thing is, why do we still have this, like, single mom issue? Because men are saying, like, okay, they have higher standards, right? If they have higher standards, good, right? That's it's society is improving, right? Things are looking up. That's not what's happening. It's just people want to be like basically they just want to sleep around until
But there's
until
more
they pass
single,
away.
but okay, but there's more single moms. There's more single moms than single dads. So that still proves that men still have higher standards than females.
Higher.
Because the
How did they get
reality
the?
is, there's only.
Who gave them the child? Well, I mean,
Do you
it
know
wasn't.
one man can impregnate multiple women, right? but a woman can't get pregnant by multiple men. That's how.
Yeah. So, but that means, there's still low man, right? Like with no standards.
Yeah, but it's not the majority, and that's the point. Majority of men have never had a child before. Majority of men have never been married.
Yeah, it has been historically like that, though. Like, so they're not gonna be this.
No, historically, we're talking about now.
Yeah, even now, no different now, right? So these men are, they're not. It's just the women are always gonna overlook them. The thing is, you forget that there's a lot of like low class. I don't want to say like offended, but like men who just modest, let's say modest backgrounds, right? And women are gonna just overlook them, and that's just the reality of life.
Of course, Fefails are gonna do that because they're independent. They have masculine traits, so they're gonna overlook majority of men.
But of course they should.
That's the truth. If anything, they are the ones who are competing with men. It's not only the fact that they are overlooking men; they are competing with men as well.
But if you don't select
that's a game that they'll always win. Of course.
But if you
why is it that you as a woman is competing with men? That doesn't even make any sense.
Compete in what regard? What are you talking? Like what? In what arena?
In every regard, they compete with men. They compete with men when it comes to having intercourse. They compete with men financially, want to try and make the same money as men, try and be leaders like men, try to be as aggressive like men. Independent Fefails mimic men for a living.
I think that's a minority of women who are going to be competing like in the sexual market, right? The thing is, it's just not possible. It's not in the nature of women, right? That you're forgetting to like sleep around.
The nature of women has changed. The nature of women has changed since they created contraception. Contraception has changed the nature of women forever. What the woman used to be like would never be when contraception was invented in the 1960s. That allowed women to change their nature by being able to be promiscuous without the risk of getting pregnant at a high rate. So yeah, the nature of women has changed. It's been like that for a long time now.
Yeah, but the pill, as you were saying, that actually was. Majority of people would agree that that's like it has been for the best. Like in terms of family planning. If you think few people,
and that's why it's changed. Yeah, me personally, I wouldn't say it's for the best. That's something that community boxes use because they want to have plenty of men clap their cheeks. But the reality is that's what changed their nature. When you allow women to engage in, when you create something for women to be able to engage in hookup culture without no consequences, you have changed the nature of who she is.
But that, like, a lot of people would agree that that's actually freed them, right? Like, it's not. I know you're focused on a subset of women who are using it, like every night, Saturday night, they're going out and just getting smashed.
It's not a subset. It's majority. It's not a subset.
Where is it?
Do you know over 50% of? Do you know over 50? Do you know what the percentage is? It's about over 50% in the UK and in the US. I think it's like a good 70%, 70% in the UK and a good over 60% in the US for women who use contraception. So this is not a subsect.
So what?
This is majority.
Well, wait. You can't just make that broad.
Over 50% is majority. You do know that, right?
Okay, so that's not what I'm talking about. So what I'm talking about is just saying over 50% of women use contraception. So what? They're using it for family planning, for even some use it. They're not even active, and they still use it for other reasons, right? You do know that. They prescribe them.
Yes, but that,
reasons.
yeah, for other reasons. But
let's put That
No,
aside,
hold on. But contraception was made for the whole purpose of contraception was made for women to be able to engage in hookup culture without the consequences of getting pregnant.
no, it
So
was
yeah,
designed
other
to.
women could use it. So other women could be able to use it for other reasons, but that's not what it was made for. It was made for women to have intercourse without the consequences of getting pregnant and to
Exactly.
and to
Yes,
easily participate in hookup culture. So majority are using it for that.
I don't think that was the intended. So they wanted women to have control over their
That was
bodies.
the intention. No, that was what it was intended. Why are you, that's a damn lie. It was
so-
intended for that exact reason. It was intended for women to be able to engage in hookup culture.
So it seems okay. So I would agree that, like, and a lot of people would agree with me that it's unfair for women every time whether it's her boyfriend, husband, whatever, she engaged in intercourse, that she's facing the threat of, pregnancy. So this actually mitigated that. So, right? That's just the logic. I mean, no woman wants to be pregnant after pregnancy. Even married women, right? They wanted to control that, which they did successfully, right? So it's taking control of your body, like having.
This wasn't about married women though, because if you take a look at documentaries about the 1960s when a lot of these females were protesting about sexual liberation, they weren't saying, well, we are married women and we want to control our women. They were saying we want to be able to have intercourse like men do and not be judged. So it had nothing to do with married women trying to control their womb. It was about single women wanting to engage in hookup culture like men do. And they said it. They said it. That's why they used to burn. That's why they used to burn their underwears in the street. You watched the protest. They burned their underwears in the street. What do you think that symbolizes?
It was the bra. It was the burning of the bra, and it was totally.
Yeah, it's still your undergarment. They're burning their undergarments in the street because they're symbolizing sexual freedom.
Well, in a way, it did free them, right, from pregnancy. Would you not agree?
Yeah, that was the whole point. And that's the point is independent females have become promiscuous. And that is failure.
Promiscuous, and that's a failure.
Yes.
They're having intercourse every other night, like with every guy that crosses their path. Wow. I mean, it seems.
I never said every guy that crosses their path. Being promiscuous doesn't mean every guy that crosses your path, but it means you will easily have intercourse with the man that you want without having to get to know him, without really vetting him. You're just easily entwined with him.
Yeah, but the thing is, okay, so if the woman, like, I mean, she doesn't want to get married, right? And she knows it, right? That's a good thing. That's an adult person making a sound decision, right? It's one thing, like, to just then assume, oh, well, you're just having mindless intercourse without looking at the guy, and vetting for the guy, as it were. But if you look at it, that's like, again, from the society that is the Western society, they were given less, like, freedom. Like, the individual is the sovereign, as it were. And as such, they exercise that. Some of them do. I don't think, again, like the majority of women, because of their biology, just not capable of this, right? So I think it's.
Yes,
It's a
they
choice thing.
exercised it. Yes, they exercised these options, and yet they came out more depressed. Stats say that when females engage in hookup culture and intercourse with men, they actually end up more depressed and struggle to actually get into healthy relationships.
Again, that's a minority from, like, it's not the majority. Oh,
No, that's not the minority.
what's the number?
It says about 74% of females who engage in hookup culture, especially in their prime years, they actually end up regretting it. So in their 20s, when they engage in hookup culture, after they end up regretting it.
Yeah, but that's like, it's in college, like, let's say they slept, like, with, like, 3 guys, like just a one night stand, let's say, and then maybe like, like they'll regret it, right? And then they'll just say, okay, that's not for me, right? So it's not
No,
a
it's not
something
just
that's
that they regret it.
ongoing.
They become more depressed. They have low self-esteem issues, and they don't like the way it made them feel in the long term. So a lot of Fefails. So yes, they have this freedom, as you
Experiment,
said,
they
that
experiment.
allowed them to be liberated, but the outcome of it is actually leading to unhappiness and depression.
Oh,
So this is the consequences of this so-called freedom.
yeah, but like if you look at, for example, the US, right? Right, when you talk about like, because people like to throw around and say depressed, like they're on medication. Like if you look at the US society, right? Pretty much everyone is like every other person is on like antidepressants. I don't know how it is in the UK, right? Men or women, right? So it's odd when I hear, oh, okay, it's just women are like they might be like slightly higher than men to go see, because they seek out, medical help. They go to the doctors, they will get, prescribed antidepressants along with hosts of other medicine. But the thing is, it's just a depressed society, and it's just not like, and it's not just this particular group of women who happen to engage in hookup culture and got depressed as a result and now are just wallowing in depression.
It's not a particular woman. These are a lot of females who go to college, who go to university and get their degrees and come out and become a part of society and end up being depressed. Yes, antidepressants have always been there and a majority of people are on it, but it's actually a lot more worse for women. Women are becoming more depressed than they ever have been before. Now, for men, it's always been high. Whilst for women, it wasn't really like that. But now it is getting like that. And it's increasing. The rate is getting higher.
But is it okay for men to, because you said it's a normal thing for men to have always been depressed? That's not a good thing.
No, and it's not that it's okay, but it's something that has been ongoing. So what I'm saying is that's nothing new. But it is new to have women now depression rates go up. That is new.
Yeah, because well, women have been in the workforce like full force, like you would say, like in the last how many years, and they're
And they
under a
chose
lot of
it.
pressure. Yeah, so that's
But
comes with
they are the
territory.
ones who chose it. So how could you choose something that now ends up making you depressed? And that's why independent females are failures. Because they could, so at the same time you complain that now they're in the workforce and they have so much pressure, but simultaneously you chose to undergo that pressure.
Well, that's just what comes with the territory, right? It's not a complaint per se, right? It's just the reality of things. Like if I choose to be like, let's say, a surgeon, right? If I'm a surgeon, then I'm gonna be dealing with a lot more pressures, right? Than let's say if I chose to be like a garbage collector, right? Like there's a different kind of pressures that come with like different professions. That's just the norm, right? And to actually say then it's okay for men to be, like depressed, it's odd to me because
I never said it was okay for men. I said it's not new.
yeah,
But for women, it is new. It is new. It's new because women have never unalived themselves at this rate before. So it's new. It's a new phenomenon that we're seeing.
Yeah, and you don't.
No one's saying, oh, it's okay, it's all right. No, it's just not new. There's a difference. That information has been there for a long time. Men have always gone to WAR. So the depression rate was always going to be high.
Sorry,
Men have fought for their countries. So it was always going to be high.
Yeah, but the thing is, right, in today's
But
society,
for women, it was never like that. Women have been wives, have been mothers, stayed at home, had men literally work for them, take care of them. But now their independent is beginning to shift. And that's the new phenomena we're seeing.
Definitely, I mean, it is higher than, like, say, if you compare it to the 50s, right? But at the same time, you have to look at the society. We're not in the 1930s, 40s, 50s, right? Times change, right? You can't expect even, let's say today all women decided to just, okay, they're going to be stay-at-home moms, they're going to just take care of the household, look after the kids. Depression is not going to go away. In fact, I suspect it's going to fester more. They're home, they have much more time on their hands, and especially with social media and things as they are today, things are not just going to, like, being a stay-at-home mom or being married is not a fix, right? Like, it's not going to fix today's society. It's just not going to do that, right? We wish, but it's just not going to do that. It's just not possible, right? And the thing
Honestly,
is,
I think I believe that marriage, like a healthy tradition, a lot more people following healthy traditional values, a lot more women following it, will fix a lot of problems that we do have in society. Is it going to fix everything? No, but it will fix a lot of things in society. Yes, I do
such
believe that,
as,
because
such as,
a lot of the problems, for example, the depression rates that a lot of these females are going through, it will fix. It will fix their it will fix the fact that they are masculine.
what?
It will fix the children, the single mom rates. It will fix that as well.
But you're not going to
It will
fix
balance
single
out.
mom.
It will balance. It will. Yes. If more women got married, then there will be less single moms. If more women were traditional, then they wouldn't be so depressed and have this pressure of work.
Okay,
If
that's the
more
key
women were
word.
traditional, yeah, if more women were traditional, then they wouldn't be so masculine and be able to flourish in their femininity. So yeah, it would fix a lot of problems. Not all of it, but a lot.
But the key word there is if women would be traditional, right? The thing is, people have to be interested in that feat, right? Not everyone is interested in that feat. The thing is, especially nowadays, like a lot of, like from the 80s, right? Like 80s, like 90s, a lot of like millennials, they watched their moms, like, that was the generation, I think, that was like, going to work and doing it all, right? Like going to work and also having a family at the same time, right? Even though it was difficult, they saw that and they're like, you know what? And the thing is, the way the economy stands today, as it stands, it's just not possible for a woman to, like, if even if you wanted to go with the average man today, like average male, it's just not possible to stay at
That's
home,
a lie.
right? Because
It's very possible. It is very possible. Yeah, it is that a lot of you females, you have unrealistic expectations for men when it comes to your lifestyle. See, a lot of these females, they want to be able to dress. They want to be able to dress a certain way. They want to be able to go out a certain way. They want to be able to buy certain things. They want to be able to go to luxury restaurants, live in luxury houses, luxury cars, and go on luxury holidays every month.
I
The
believe
truth
that's
is, you can be
yeah.
able, no, you can be able to be with an average man and have a family with him and be able to build your way up. But a lot of females are unrealistic. They want the man to be at the top of his game financially already. And meanwhile, they're not willing to say, you know what? No more dinner dates, no more extravagant holidays, no more useless makeup, useless wigs, and all this expensive clothes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry, go ahead.
1 second. It's all right. Can you please address the prompt first?
Independent women are failures. Prove me wrong. How are they
Yes.
failures?
So do you agree?
By what? No. By what
Do you
metric?
agree?
I said no. By what metric are they failures?
In every sense of the word, they haven't evolved. Independent females have not evolved.
Sorry, can I
They
ask?
they
can I
they are
ask you a-
doing what women have. Hold on, relax. Come on. There's no point trying to
That's
hype it
fine.
all
Okay,
up.
answer
Just
the
take a chill
question. That's
pill.
fine. Answer the question.
So they haven't evolved. They are doing what adults usually do. Go to work, make money, and that's it.
Do you know any independent women?
No, I don't hang around
Right. So
Fefails.
exactly. So you don't know any independent women, but you are saying that that's all they do. Did you get that information from like talking to them or just like observing what they post on social media?
That's exactly what independent means. It means free from outside control. So if you're an independent woman, that means you live under your own roof, whether you own it or renting. You have your own job or your own career, and you pay for everything.
Yeah, exactly. But you could
So
still
that's
talk to
what
them.
that's
You could
hold
still
on.
talk to
So
them.
hold on.
Have
That's
a
the
conversation with them.
hold
Have a
on.
conversation. Talk to them like they're people. They're people like everyone else. Just talk to an independent woman and ask
I
her what
do
she
talk to
thinks.
independent females. Yes, I do. That's what I do.
Sorry, can I ask you a question? Are you a woman or are you like a little boy? Because I'm not sure where this is coming from.
I'm not sure where you're coming from
No,
either, because
I
you wear
actually want to
wigs
know.
like
I actually
you
want to
wear
know.
wigs. You wear wigs the way
I
trans
don't.
do. So I don't know. Are
I
you a
don't.
woman or not?
I don't wear
Yeah,
wigs.
you do. Do you know how many fruity men have the same hair you do? So I'm confused
Babe,
whether you're a woman as well.
These are
We're both
micrologs.
confused right now.
These are
We're both
micrologs.
confused. You're both confused. We're both confused. I've seen fruity men have the same
These are
hairstyle like you,
micrologs.
and they still look like your hair. They
What?
still have the same hairstyle like you.
What? What are you talking about?
I don't know why you're shocked. There's been a
No, I'm
lot
just
of I've
laughing.
seen a
You
lot
just-
of fruity men.
No, I'm sorry.
I've
You
seen
just-
a
you
lot
just
of
have a lot
fruity
of
men.
why are you
I've
yelling?
seen a lot of
Why are you yelling?
I've seen a lot
Why
of
are you
fruity
yelling?
men.
Why are
I've
you
seen a
yelling?
lot
Take
of
it
fruity
easy.
men look
Take it
like
easy.
you.
Why are you yelling? Take it easy.
You take it easy.
You
You're the
have a
one
lot
that
of
came
anger
on
for
here, and
strangers.
you can't be.
You have a lot of anger for strangers.
Okay.
You have a lot
So
of anger
it's
for
interesting.
strangers. Take it
It's
easy.
interesting, right? Hold on. It's interesting when you get females like you who actually can't be able to debate. And you can't be able to actually have a flowing conversation.
Okay, so you're a woman. So you're a woman. Sorry.
What you do is come on my live and throw insults. And then when I insult you back, it's a problem. Now I gotta calm down. I'm very calm. I just insulted you back. You don't wear your real hair. You look like every fruity man out there. And now you don't like the fact that I'm giving you the same energy that you gave me.
Okay, do you know what?
Make it make sense.
Let me apologize for that question.
I don't want your apology.
If it
I
offended
want you to prove me wrong.
Okay, let me prove you.
That's what I want. I want a debate.
You can't keep telling my mic.
I want you females to prove me wrong. But what you do is you get triggered. You get triggered by truth. You get triggered by facts. And then when I give you the same energy, you don't like it. Now you can unmute.
Okay, so the debate prompt is independent women are failures. Let's put that debacle behind us. I know you're very emotional right now, but let's put that debacle behind us.
Just get to the point.
How are they failures? You said that they're
I literally
unevolved.
just explained it to you.
Yeah, you said that they're unevolved, that they do what adults do.
This is why independent females are failures, because
hey God, can you let me talk?
You asked me a question,
Hey,
but you literally asked me a
Jesus,
question. How
Jehovah,
are they
Father
failures?
God, Father in heaven, Father God in heaven.
Listen, we don't want to hear whatever Satan you're praying to, okay? Please. I don't want to hear Father in God and Jesus. We don't want that. You don't listen to God, you don't follow God. Don't want that on my life, okay?
Okay, so if they just shouldn't be working, what should they be doing instead?
They can do whatever they want.
But you said they're failures, and the fact that they're working and makes them unevolved. So what should they be doing instead?
So what they should be doing is evolving. Do something that actually, so for example, right? If before feminism happened, women used to get married, have children, and build communities and have generational wealth. Then they chose to be independent. So what are they doing now to replace those traditional values? Because that is where you will
wealth.
Hold on. That's where you will truly evolve. That's where you will truly evolve. If you can't be able to replace those traditional values with something else, then you're not evolving. You're just working like everybody else is.
And that is
Okay, and what's the problem with working with everybody else's? Personally, the points you made about what life was like
It
before
just makes you
feminism.
failures.
Okay, but the point you made about what life was like before feminism, it sounds like a romanticized fantasy of how life was forming back then. People don't fight for their rights if they're happy and if things are going well. People fight for their rights if things are going miserably and they're being forced into traditional marriages that they're not interested in. Their rights are being stripped from them. People don't fight for no reason. If you study sociology, if you study people and human beings, people don't fight for no reason. Women fought for a reason, for their rights, for them to have their
Yes,
rights.
I
That's why they
understand.
fought for
I
that.
understand.
I
I
know, no, I don't
understand
think you
why
do.
the.
I don't think you do.
Hold
Okay,
on,
most women
hold on. You need to. Oh my goodness me! I feel like I'm talking to an angry child right now. Honestly.
and that's why I asked you if you're a little boy because you sound like one too. Fuck you, bitch.
Okay. Look. Angry child. Didn't I say angry child? Why are you so angry?
Like, just let her finish her point. Come on.
No, because I want to interject what she's saying, but because she's so angry about her life. Yeah, because she's so angry about her life that she can't be able to just take a deep breath and make a point without getting triggered. And that's why I say independent females are failures. Because if you really wasn't a failure, why are you so angry? Successful people aren't this angry. Why are they so angry? I said it, she sounds like an angry child. And all she did was show anger. All she did was prove me right.
Do you think you did well in that right now interaction?
Yes, I did. You see, this is it, right? What Fefails don't understand is I will match your energy. And I don't think they expect it. But I will match your energy. If you think you're gonna come on my live and be disrespectful, and I'm not gonna get disrespectful back, then you're just delusional. See, this is why I say a lot of Fefails, there's two type of people they hang around. They hang around other Fefails who will uplift their failures and simps who will uplift their failures to clap their cheeks. Those are the two people that these Fefails hang around.
But it's interesting. Can I just bring something up? Like, it's very interesting. You said you will match the energy, and you kind of reminded me what you said earlier, which was like really interesting because you said basically, women being, out of their femininity, like losing their femininity, they become a masculine. And that's like basically, isn't that what you're becoming? Like you just fell into your own. I mean, by matching.
No, I just don't. I'm not gonna take disrespect. This is what it is.
You can disengage, right? Like someone comes up, they disrespect.
No, I'm not gonna disengage. I'm gonna be petty back. Yes, I'm gonna be petty.
Okay. So you are like the modern women then. Because I mean, like in a way.
I just don't see. What you don't understand is I'm going to match energy, and this is where you Fefails don't like.
But you don't have to.
You don't like people telling you the truth about yourself, and you don't like it when people are actually firm where they stand.
No, but you can be firm in your beliefs.
I'm not the simp that you Fefails disrespect. I'm not that, and I'm not part of the sisterhood where I'm just going to coddle everything that you believe in.
But you contradicted yourself, is what I'm saying, because on one hand you can't say that.
No one contradicted themselves. No one contradicted themselves. It's my life. If you are gonna be. I don't care if you think it's masculine energy. I really don't. If you're going to be disrespectful, if you are going to be disrespectful, I'm going to be disrespectful back. It's just that simple. And I know you Fefails don't like it when people have a backbone. That's what it is. You don't like it when people actually defend themselves. You want me to fall into peer pressure. You want me to coddle your emotions. No, I'm not going to do that. No,
you
that's what
don't
it
have
is.
to.
Because it's interesting, right? Because you will tell me that I shouldn't match her energy when she came on my life and was disrespectful to me. So I'm supposed to shut up and be quiet and say, oh, no, it's okay. No, that's not going
No,
to happen. Not on my life.
no. So it's facts over feelings, right? So you want to stick to the facts and the debate, right? Like
I
a
am
lot of
sticking
times
to the
you,
facts. I am sticking to
yeah.
the facts. I've stuck to the facts all this time and she still got triggered. That's not my fault.
Well, sure, yeah.
If you can't be
That's
able
on
to
them. Yeah,
just, if
that's on
you
them.
can't be able to just listen to the facts, and even if you disagree, I don't even care about the disagreement. But a lot of these females don't like it when you can be able to back your facts, when you can be able to actually back what you're saying. Because what it does now, it puts a mirror in their face. Now they have to look at themselves.
I feel like that
This
was
is
a.
why this.
I mean, she was.
Okay, I'm going to
Yeah.
acknowledge a super chat.
Okay.
Okay, then. So thank you from downtown saying $20. Females think the world revolves around them. They want sympathy for making bad choices, and then they want to pay the victim when someone stands up for themselves. Somehow they're the uncomfortable ones. Facts on facts. That's what they do. They play victim when they are the ones who instigate it. They play victim when you match their energy. That's not happening. And then what they want you to do is fold into peer pressure. That's what a lot of females are like, right? They will peer pressure you into doubting yourself, into doubting what you believe, and falling for whatever they believe.
Yeah, but you don't have to. Okay, like,
I know I don't have to.
but it's all again like for them like to not be a failure in life. It's just to remain like that feminine energy, right? Like it's all about that. To have that feminine energy. I didn't say it. I mean,
I never said it was all about that. I said if you are going to choose to be independent, then you are going to need to evolve into something bigger and better, something more purposeful, something more meaningful than a female who just has a career and depth.
well, I mean, a
If you're
career.
not evolving into something more meaningful, and more purposeful, then you are a failure. Because really what you have is a bunch of females who chose to be independent and got nothing out of it. If anything, they lost their value, like their feminine nature. That is one of the most important core values that a woman has. But independent females choose to sacrifice those values to be independent. So you sacrifice these values for what? And that's the question that none of you females can ever be able to answer. What did you sacrifice it for? What, the bag? A career? What,
You said
changing old people's nappies? For what?
yeah, like okay, so just wait just a second. So like I said previously, right? Throughout history, not I mean now just they're not married, right? They're unattached to a man, right? And they're doing these jobs. Let's go back 100 years ago, like 120 years ago, 200 years ago even, right? Women were like you would agree that they were at their peak femininity at that time. At the same time, right? They worked grueling jobs, right? On top of being a mother, on top of being a wife, right? And it especially like UK. I mean, if you look at it, it's just so harrowing how they did it, but they did it, right? But you have now like they're living. I think a lot of people like in society nowadays they're upset at women because they're living a much more softer life, right? There's a soft life that's afforded to them
No,
because
no,
of
they're not living a softer life. You can't live a soft life and be masculine.
no.
That doesn't
Okay,
even make
well,
sense. Females, they're not living a soft life. They're living far
then
from a soft life. They're working their life away.
yeah, but like that by
They
that
have to
definition.
they work more than they ever have before.
No, actually, they work much more comfortably, right? So it's
They
if you
work
look at
more. It's not about comfortably. They work more than they ever have before. That's not a soft life. If you're working more than anyone in the past generations, and that's not a soft life. That's a very masculine life.
so the women in the past didn't go to work like 2 3 hours and then come back home, right? It's just not a reality of women, right? That was a
Women
backbreaking.
worked much more less. Women worked much more less. Some women never even had a job. Some
Yeah,
women have
that's the
never
upper
even worked.
class. You're talking upper
No,
class,
not upper class.
not the
No, not upper
reality.
class. No, not upper class. That was a
It's
reality. There
very,
were a lot of women. Even today, there can be women that still don't work. So that's
of
not,
course,
even today, woman, if a woman got married to an average man, she doesn't have to work.
in this
She just needs to
economy,
now, she just needs to sacrifice the makeup, the wigs, and just be normal and not try and
who's
be an
wearing a
Instagram
wig?
baddie.
Or is everybody bald? What the heck is going on? Like, anyway, but the thing is, like wigs aside,
Doesn't It's not
right?
just about wigs, it could be makeup,
Yeah,
anything.
like luxuries. Yeah, they could. I agree 100%, right? Like that they could do without. However, realistically speaking, in this economy, you're living in any major city, right? And let's say you have like, just looking at that lifestyle, the husband is going to work. Let's say he's like works for the city. Let's say that's a government job. It's great, has a great like pay. Even with that, can you imagine like living on that, like on in London, right? In London, right? Just living like having a stay-at-home uh, woman, like, right? And I assume children is, gonna be in the picture, right? Can you just imagine, just like realistically looking at it, right? She gets rid of every luxury possible, right? She lives simply, right? They live frugally. That's just not a reality of it's just never gonna materialize. That boat has just left.
Majority,
It has
okay, I'm
left.
just going to, yeah, majority, okay, I'm going to acknowledge your super chat, but I just want to say something. See, the reality is majority of females are still living like that without the husband and without the child. It's no different. A lot of these independent females are still are still in the lowest place financially, even when they don't have a husband and don't have children. The difference is the wife and the husband can actually be able to work their way up together. Whilst the independent female, she just stays there because she's doing it alone. But I'm just going to acknowledge a super chat real quick. So, Darwin Walker, thank you for the $5 super chat. Excellent debating skills, concise and precise topic structure. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for the support. So, I get it, but that is the same reality for any independent female who lives in London. Doesn't matter if she has children or not, she's still going to be a brokey.
But what makes you a true
The
failure?
difference is the wife actually has a husband where they are going to work their way out of it together.
That is just not like a real. It's not a reality, right? Like if your man is going to he's clocking 9 to 5, right? Like unless they have their own small business, that's like totally. I've seen that, but that's a minority of minority, right? Where they have a small business and they grow, right? That is definitely possible, right? But if a guy is clocking in 9 to 5, I mean, even alone, he's struggling, and then he's got like kids and a wife at home. Yeah,
You
not in
see,
this
you said
economy.
alone, but he's not alone.
No,
That's what I'm saying.
struggling. No,
They're
no, no,
not
no.
alone.
No, I meant
No,
even
no.
as if
But
he was
everyone is
alone. Even if he was
average people.
alone.
Listen, this is what you want to do, right? You're making it seem like you want to romanticize independent lifestyle when they are just as broke as the wives.
Wait.
But the difference is you have two people who are trying to they're trying to work themselves out of that life. And it's easier to work as a team than it is to work as one person. Because as two people, you both can save together, you both can get out of the poverty together. And let's say you do want to build a business. She stays at home and she can help doing that. Whilst the independent woman doesn't have help, doesn't have extra money to do that. It's all on her own back.
100%, right? 100%. Like as
I'm just going to. Sorry, let me just. Go on. Say what you want to say, and then I'm going to acknowledge the super chat.
100%. Like teamwork is so much better than like working alone. Like, but at the same time, some people that's not a life for them, right? They rather be alone, right? And that's just the reality of, especially nowadays, many people. Because that's like
Okay.
having a life that's okay. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. Don't worry. So I'm just going to acknowledge the super chat, and then I'm going to introduce the next panelist. So we got Supreme Clientele sent $2. Thank you. The Amish people are still doing it to this day. Yes, they are. That's it. They always want to make it seem like it's unrealistic when people are doing it. There's nothing unrealistic about it. Okay, welcome, Victoria. Can you please address the prompt?
Okay, yeah, no. Independent women? Failure. You've honestly, like, brought me to the other side, and yeah.
Okay, so do you agree that independent Fefails are failures?
Yes. Yes, because jobs are bad.
I don't even know if you're being serious or you're trolling. Why?
Why are jobs bad? So basically, money? I don't like money. I want to be broke. I want to be a brokey. If you see me and you're trying
Okay,
to
you're
start a
trolling.
ski,
Okay.
right?
So
I wanna be a
do you
brokey,
think
so.
Okay, so do you think that majority of independent women are making money then? Do you think majority of independent women are financially thriving?
Yeah, which is like, fuck that. I mean, I'm sorry.
No swearing. Okay, go on.
Which is like, frick that, right? I don't need, but I just said frick.
Okay, then. Do you know that majority of women's yearly income is nothing? The highest it goes up to is like 50K per year. So they're not actually making money. They're actually still the brokies. They're still the brokies that you described.
Nothing, bro. I couldn't even buy a bag of chips with that kind of money. If I got that kind of money, I'd just throw it out, honestly. That's nothing.
And that's the majority of independent women. They practically make nothing.
I know, yeah. No, I'm so glad we came to an agreement.
Okay then. Well, since we came to agreement, I'm looking for oppositions.
Okay. So,
Go ahead. You can continue saying what you were saying.
Yeah, thanks. But yeah,
She's not a minor. She just sounds like an idiot. But go ahead.
Okay, but the thing is, like, when a woman looks at, like, okay, or a little girl, right? Like, she's going into college or whatever, she can choose like to forego all that and just, get married, have a family, build a family, build that up, right? But then when you look at it, like, like, people these days, people think, right? Like, I mean, like, before it was such a, like, okay, my parents did this, so I'm doing this, right? My mom got married, had kids, so I'm doing that, right? That's just the way it was, right? That's how they rolled. But nowadays it's like, like, you're forced to think about your life, right? And when you think about it, like, you examine your life and you're like, okay, do I really want this, right? That's why it's like a lot of people, even when they like I said before, when they take on this feat of, like, parenthood and or like being a spouse, they're not like, after a little while they get tired and they're like, whoa, this is not for me. and then that house is broken up. If kids are in there for like, it's disaster, right? For them, like, so I really think, first of all, people should think about what they want to. I rather someone be, as it were, quote unquote, independent women than be going to a marriage, have kids, and fail at that. Better to fail alone than bring kids into this world and fail them. Like, that is just no. Like, that
Okay,
is like,
I understand that. I understand that. You know, it's better to fail yourself than fail children, which to some extent I do agree. Although I think a lot of the reasons why households are failing because a lot of these females are incredibly selfish and egotistical. So I'm just going to acknowledge one super chat and then I'm going to introduce Tola. Okay, thank you, the great, who sent $199. I appreciate you. Thank you for the support. Okay, so welcome, Tola. Can you please address the prompt?
Hi, yes. So personally, I actually agree with what you said, but I'm gonna speak in the what I say opposing argument,
Okay.
just to raise some questions. So
Do you agree with the prompt though? Because sorry, I just need to make it clear for myself and everybody else. Do you agree with the prompt? Not what I said. So the prompt says independent women are failures. Do you agree with that?
Yes, but I'm gonna speak as one who does not agree. Is that okay?
Okay, then go ahead.
Yeah. So what about? I'm just posing this question. What about some men that don't want to work? So a man doesn't want to work.
What kind of question?
And the female,
are you asking me what I think about that?
Well, with regards to what you've said so far, or what has been discussed, you're talking about a woman is meant to stay at home. I mean, it would be more practical for the man to work. But in today's society, sometimes men are actually the stay-at-home person, and then it's the female that's, you know, going to work, the career lady. So
okay, I mean, that's not majority of men. Majority of men don't even have that luxury. I'll be honest with you. Majority of men don't have the luxury where they're gonna find a woman that's gonna take care of them. That's so unrealistic. I'm sure there are some men out there who do that, and it's not realistic. No, it's not. It's not realistic for a man to look for a woman to take care, to pay his bills. So you're telling me it's realistic for a man? That's not realistic. No, that's not realistic. Do you know it's hard for men to get intercourse? Do you understand? It's already hard for men to get intercourse from women, let alone the woman be the husband in his life. I don't think you understand how unrealistic that is. Men find it hard just to get coochie, let alone a woman to enter his house and do everything. That's different. So it's not realistic. Majority of men are not going to think like that and are not going to want to do that. And the truth is, that's not how men function. Men thrive off working hard. So if a man is looking for a woman to do all of that, then there's something wrong with him, because that's not what men do. Like, men, that's how men release their men need dopamine more than women need. So really what you have is an imbalanced man.
Okay.
Women need oxytocin, men need dopamine more. So when a man is working, he releases that dopamine hit that helps him balance out. So the reality is, that's not even a balanced man. So it's just not realistic. Majority of men can't even get that, let alone want it. And if he does, then he has eternal issues.
But okay, two things to what you said. So dopamine can be received through gaming, watching a football, which the average man does do, and as well as
there's nothing wrong with that.
Corn
No, so I'm
also did
saying that they
corn.
don't necessarily like there are men that are are very laid back or that lazy, and they see the woman as an opportunity to, I guess, take advantage of that. So, and
Yeah,
a
but
lot of
this is but
women.
that's a small minority. But that's a small minority of men. That's not
So
that's not majority. That's what I'm
you're
saying. I
talking
don't
about the
think.
majority. Okay, fair enough.
Melissa, majority of men are smexless. Do you understand what I'm saying? Majority of men are smexless. So where are they gonna find these women to do everything for them?
Okay,
They're
that's
not
the
their
second
wives,
thing I
don't have
wanted to
children
okay,
with
yeah.
them. So
Yes.
how are they gonna find these women to do that with?
Yeah, because remember that men can still hook up, right? I'm talking about the dysfunctional society. There are people that are in relationships or maybe married or committed, like they have a committed partner, and they don't do anything. The man doesn't work, the man doesn't do anything, and it's the woman that's bringing in the money, that's still cooking. Yes, it's, I would say, an abusive, un
I don't talk
unsatisfactory
about.
relationship.
Don't say
But
that word. Say
oh,
AB.
sorry, yes.
I don't talk about AB households though. I don't talk about anyone that's in any type of AB household. So you might need to use a different example.
Okay, take out AB, but in general, there are men that do this, and then they can still hook up with another lady without their wife's knowledge. So when you're saying, oh, how are they gonna get smacks?
So you're talking about. So are you talking about a married man with his wife who doesn't work?
Yep, that's the argument I'm raising.
Okay then.
Well, did someone say some of
of
our men are lazy?
men.
It's true, yeah.
Yes, but majority of men are not working.
That's a
They're not a
minority.
majority. You need to understand she's a wife. Majority of men are not staying at home with no jobs. Unless he lost his job and he's struggling to get a new one, majority of men are not saying, I'm gonna quit my job and stay at home. That's not reality. That's just not realistic.
So
She's a wife and she's a mother.
So with regards to if they, lost their job, what about that then? And it's the woman that's bringing in the money, and the man is the one that's doing most of
Well, if the man lost his job, then that's just a part of life. It's a part of life, and at some point he's going to be able to pick himself up. And if you get married, you're there for better and worse, and for rich and poor. It doesn't mean he's lazy. It doesn't make him less of a man. People lose their jobs. That's normal.
What if after that he's not looking for a job?
No, majority of men are not going to do that. I'm sure there are some men who do that.
See that the
I'm
wife
sure.
now is bringing in money,
But
right?
majority
And he can survive off it.
majority of men are not going to do that. No, majority of men are not going to do that. It's just not realistic for a man. It's not realistic for a man to spend the rest of his life at home with no job.
Okay, fair enough.
Do you know it will make him feel less like a man? It will make him feel less like a man. Whilst for a woman is different. A woman not working doesn't make her feel less like a woman. It makes her feel more like a woman because she's able to do her womanly duties.
Sorry, I'm reading the comments. Okay, sorry. Okay, the next point that I want to raise on behalf of people who may disagree. Some people don't want to
don't worry
get
about
married.
the comments.
Oh no, I'm not reading the comments. I'm saying
Okay.
yeah. So some people don't want to get married. So what about that? Because
Yeah, that's fine. Some people.
the independent woman, their mindset is, I don't need a man, but actually, I actually forgot why I linked that part. But yeah, some people actually
So
don't. Yeah,
for
some people
the
don't want to
ones
get
that
married,
don't want
but
to,
they
yeah.
want to. They're happy to be in Yeah, some people don't want to get married because of finances. So what do you say to that?
Okay, then. So the females who don't want to get married because of finances is because they can't be able to get the man that can be able to finance the lifestyle that they want. Between the ages of 18 and 29, majority, not even 29, between 39, between the ages of 18 and 39, majority of women actually seek out relationships more than men do. But when they reach their 40s, they don't want to. What does that mean? It means that a lot of females who say, I don't want to get married, I don't want to look for a relationship, they're actually lying. Majority do, but they can't be able to get the man that they want. And if you put in finances, for example, then really what she's saying is, I can't be able to get the man that makes a certain amount of money that I want him to make.
Okay.
And that's because she's too independent and she's too masculine.
But remember that there was a discussion with someone else that most people should be content with whether the husband has it or the partner, the future husband has enough money. And it's very minor or like rare to find a male that is on the higher class of wealth for that luxury life. But a marriage is not a basic thing. Yes, marriages can cost money, but now we have micro weddings and stuff. But marriage is a typical thing that, it's an expense that I guess both parties are gonna have to contribute to. So when you're saying that a man, it's because the woman cannot find a man to fund the wedding, what do you actually mean by that? Because,
I never said fund the wedding. I said fund her lifestyle. So when you hear independent females say, "Oh, I'm choosing to stay single because I can't find a man because of his finances," it has nothing to do with the wedding. I'm sure the wedding is a part of it, but she wants a man to fund a lifestyle for her. She wants a lifestyle. And the man that can be able to fund that lifestyle doesn't want her because he is looking for a feminine woman. And if she's over 30, then the likelihood of her even getting that is even very small.
Okay.
Now, weddings don't really mean anything. Majority of people actually have small weddings and invest their money somewhere else. That's what a lot of mature adults really do. They don't really spend a lot of money on weddings unless they have money. And if you don't, then that's just really a broke mentality, to be honest. Because if you're spending a lot of money on a wedding that you don't have, it doesn't make sense.
Okay, but you said, I have 2 points. 1 second. So yeah, would you say that because you said, women only make enough money like to reach ends meet, but it might not. Oh no, wait. I might actually. Well, whatever I say, let me know if I'm proving your point or whatever. But
I did say that. Yeah, go on. I did say that.
What about lifestyle creep?
What do you mean lifestyle creep? I don't understand that.
1 second. I don't know if I've said the term correctly. Yeah, lifestyle creep, also known as lifestyle inflation, happens when spending expands along with your income, but savings fall by the wayside.
Okay, so what exactly are you trying to ask me?
You said that women are spending paycheck to paycheck. But I am talking about, what about lifestyle creep? What about the cost of living? I don't think every woman or the woman you're talking about necessarily are broke. What about
okay then.
Creep? Yeah.
Okay, so lifestyle creep. Here, this is what it says, right? It says lifestyle creep occurs when occurs when your spending increases alongside rising income, often making former luxuries feel like necessities. This subtle, often unconscious habit, such as buying prior coffee, upgrading cars, or eating out more, can hinder longer term saving goals and keep you living paycheck to paycheck. Okay, then. So I'm still trying to understand what it really. I'm still trying to understand what you're asking. I'm trying to understand what that means as well.
It's okay. I think that point is actually proving your point. So maybe I'll move on to the next.
So
point.
what it really just sounds like a lot of Fefails from this definition I'm getting. It just sounds like a lot of Fefails are trying to upkeep this lifestyle that they can't afford. That's what it really sounds like, because it's saying buying coffees, upgrading cars, eating out more, and hinders long-term saving goals, keeping you living paycheck to paycheck. And that's why I say these independent Fefails are brokies, because you can't afford this. You can't afford to wake up every morning and go to Starbucks. You can afford to make coffee at home. You can't afford to get your matcha every month, every morning. The Fefails you see that go to get matcha, they can't even afford it.
Can I say
by the end of the month, they have nothing.
I honestly don't think this is just now directed to women. I think this is the society we generally live in. Like, a lot of people are not financially literate. A lot of people do not know how to handle their finances. So I don't think you can just say, "Oh, this is a Fefail attitude," because back in the day, it was actually women. Like, when in a traditional household where the woman stayed at home, it was actually women that was given the salary of a man to basically in many traditional cultures on who would on how to handle the money, to assign where the money goes to for each thing. So actually, I think it shows that also men actually were not aware of how to handle finances, and I don't think this could just be directed to women. And
it can be directed towards women, because women compared to men. Okay. When I say can be directed to women, what I mean is women are the ones who are struggling more than men to have savings. Women are struggling more than men to keep a job. Women are being affected by inflation more than men. And that's why it's directed to women more, because it's affecting them more.
Okay, what about a woman?
And if you take it, and this is, and I want to use the example that you use as well, the lifestyle creep, because the reality is men are logical. Men don't spend money the way women do. And men don't need excessive necessities to be able to enjoy their life. Unlike Fefails, they do. They need the makeup, they need the clothes, they need the expensive the expensive dinner dates, the traveling to just feel happy. Men don't need that. That's why they can sit at home and watch a football game or play a video game and they feel okay. Women, on the other hand, a lot of Fefails are not like that. They need to travel to a 5-star hotel for a week just to feel some type of sanity. So it's going to, not only because they are average income earners, they don't have enough money to even do those things, but they will still do it because that's how a lot of Fefails function. They're more inclined to spend money on things they can't afford.
Okay, but women get paid less. So how is that? And also, yes, not only that, women get paid less, but being a woman is actually more expensive. Although it is only by a 6% percentage, it is still higher. So if a woman's getting paid less, but they need to fund more things, how, like, How does that get fixed?
No, this is it. Women don't need to fund more things. They don't. This is it. A lot of females choose to spend more
Okay,
that
so
they
you're
don't
saying
need. So, even if men are making more money, that's because a lot of females don't do the jobs that men do, are not qualified the way men are. They don't work as hard as men do. Do you understand? When you need to make a certain amount of money, you need to work longer hours. You need to work harder jobs. Majority
sorry,
of
do you mind
women
repeating
and
that?
females,
I missed that.
for you to make a certain amount of money, you need to work longer hours and harder jobs. Majority of women and females are incapable of doing that. And the ones that do that, there has been a study that said they naturally have more testosterone than your average woman. So the small percent of women that do that naturally have release more testosterone hormones than majority of women do, which is why they're able to do that. And that's why men
So
earn
they're
more. They're
basically more of a
capable.
man. Okay.
Yeah, they're basically, their hormones were, and it's natural. So you have a small percentage of women that were born and had more testosterone than your average women. And those are the women that you see are making a certain amount of money, which proves that to be able to work in that type of field, you need to have a certain amount of masculinity to be able to even be in that environment, which is why men make more, because they naturally thrive in that environment.
Okay. So it's also a biological, it's not just a societal thing, it's a biological factor. Okay. So what about impulsive buying? That does not equate to any gender, because there are men who can impulsively buy or not make as good spending choices. For instance, but this, okay, so there are women that actually, like, yeah, that maybe if I'm repeating myself, let me know. So I'll go to the next point. But there are women who actually, help their man not to waste money. So yeah, like,
Okay, but that's not a majority. That's not okay. I'm trying to understand your point. Yeah, people can impulsively
yeah, sorry,
spend, but what does that have to do with independent females?
yes. So I'm going back on what we spoke before and mentioning the point we mentioned. So I believe you were saying about women tend to waste money more than men. Women don't need as much money, but because of the way they spend. I was now going back on that. So yeah, just to clarify, that's what I was going back on. But
Okay, yeah, I understand. Yeah, is
I'm saying,
that's not an impulsive buyer. That doesn't mean that women, well, they can be, and anyone can be an impulsive buyer. But what it just shows is that women are just see, a lot of these females, they care more about aesthetics. That's what you have with these females. They care about aesthetics. Aesthetics cost money. Men don't. Men don't care about aesthetics. So they're going to naturally spend less money. Females care about aesthetics, which costs money. And that's what you have. Now, an impulsive buyer is something else in itself.
okay, but I don't know if it's fully that. It's also the culture that we live in today. Most of the advertising is directed towards women, whereas in the past it was more directed towards men, like the type of items that were sold. But now it's the consumerism is actually made for women. So women do need to
Honestly,
work to be able to provide
That's
that
because of
extra.
independent. That's because of independent women. That's independent women's fault. Because they're the ones who wanted to be the baddies. They're the ones who wanted to have a soft girl life. They're the ones who said they wanted to be the it girls. This is something that independent females have created themselves.
I don't think
No
so,
one
because
told them to be boss babes.
even before the boss babes era, I'm not talking about recently. I'm talking about when industrialization came in. Women were the new target audience for buying things. Before it was actually men. So you could see the linkage. Men were the ones working, and so there were more things on adverts for men. But now, even before now, like let's just say as soon as industrialization started, there were more things catered towards women. So how is that a woman's fault? Isn't that, the media or
Are they not are they not the ones who wanted to work?
okay, fair enough. So my next point is what would you say
So
about
this is it. Independent. Go on. Ask the
yeah,
question.
what would you say about 304s? What would you say about them? And would you class them in the category of independent women as failures?
Well, not all 304s are independent, but they are all failures, yes. Majority of independent females are community boxes. But just because you're community box doesn't mean you're independent. There's loads of community boxes that still live at home with their parents and lie to their mother and father every single day. But majority of independent females are definitely more likely to be community boxes.
Okay, so let's just say, okay, yeah, because you've not really picked a side, but fair enough. Yes, but yeah, I don't know if I can really say anything about that then, because yes, assuming they are all independent, right? Or you're saying they're failures. Yes, okay, so what makes them a failure?
What makes independent females a failure? What makes them a failure is that they haven't evolved. The only thing they seem to have accomplished is a career, a house, a car, and that's it. That's not evolving. You're doing what people have been doing for a long time.
So what would be evolving?
The real question is, what makes them a success? What makes independent women a success? Can you be able to answer that for me?
I asked you a question though. I said, what would make them
I answered your question. I've answered your question, so I'm asking you a question now. What makes independent women successful?
I'm just speaking on behalf. I told you from the start that I agree with your point, but
I know, but I still want to give me an answer. I would like to know.
Okay, so
whatever perspective you're speaking from, just tell me.
An ideal independent woman. I can't answer that question because I can't. I cannot answer that question. I'm sorry.
You can't be able to give. So basically you can't answer how independent women are successful.
No, because I'm just raising points in the like hypothetically speaking, but deep down I agree that independent women, the type that you have described, that are just they don't want a man, they live in a lifestyle creep, and so on and so forth. I believe they're
Okay, then.
yeah.
So
do you understand? So I can't.
Okay, then.
I can't answer that. But if I try to think,
All right. So
yeah.
All right, then. So I'm gonna ask Forenses,
Okay.
what makes independent women successful?
What makes them successful?
Yes.
I mean,
in
but the thing is-
2026, what makes them successful?
The thing thing is, okay, so as you said, like the various descriptive language you used, right? Uh, in terms of like, I mean, what they are to begin with. First, like we have you can't, someone who's struggling, like you said, right? Like they are in debt, you said they're not, like they're barely surviving, right? We can't say that's like the epitome of success, right? Somebody who's like down on their luck. Like we can't say that. Materially,
Nobody said that.
just a
What
second.
makes an independent woman successful?
The way I
You're
understand it,
talking about what does make them successful? You're telling me about the broke ones. I want to know
yeah, but
what does success look like in an independent woman?
okay, so that's the ones you were talking about earlier. But if you ask me, an independent woman is a woman who is not living from paycheck to paycheck, who's not relying on anyone else, right? Who's able to, first of all, stand on her own. If you're able to stand like as a woman, right, before you get married, before you get engaged with others, if you're able to stand on your own 2 feet and you're able to actually self-actualize and realize, okay, hey, this is like, actually reflect on yourself, then yeah, that's for me, success is you're able to take care of, like, like when you become an adult, you have a series of tasks you have to do. If you complete those tasks successfully, then that makes you a success, right? You're able to graduate, you're able to hold a job, you're able to then like it's not just all material, right? Like relationships you hold with, like having friends, having like relationship you have with the people close to you, that is what makes you successful, truly. Like, and what you do like for your
Okay.
communities, right? Like what you do for your community you're in, that is what truly makes you successful. In this case,
So you've just
sorry.
you've just practically proved my point that they're not doing anything new, so they haven't evolved. All
The
you've
thing is,
said, what success looks like for an independent woman is that she's able to pay her own bills.
no, that's not it. Like I
That's
just
what you
said,
literally said. You said she's financially stable,
yeah, that's
and
one of
that's it.
them.
You haven't really said anything else.
Okay, I'll repeat it again, okay? Please try to listen. So what I said was, right, not only that, that's just one part of it. Being like useful to your community, having a meaningful relationship with the people around you, wherever you are, right? That is what makes you. However, it's this abysmal
That's
like
what
picture.
normal people do.
Well, we're
Do
not
you know
okay,
what
we're not talking
evolve
about.
means? No, but this
That's
is
what we asked
you're
you,
just
Rebecca.
But I
telling
don't
me.
think you, no, but I don't think you
You didn't
understand the word,
answer.
like the definition of like evolve, right? When you
Yes,
evolve,
evolve. Yeah,
so you
evolve
are not
literally means develop
evolve.
gradually, advance, progress. You
Yeah,
being an adult that can finally pay your bills is not an advance. It's not progression. It's just what normal people do.
that's
Naja
life,
is
though.
being a
That's
stay-at-home
life.
wife.
That's life. Progressing, if your idea, and I'm gonna just take a leap, your idea is like, okay, when you get married, you have a husband, you have a child, then you have evolved. No, madam, you
I
haven't
never said
evolved.
that. I never.
That's
No,
yeah,
my
but that's what
point
you're
is no.
itching
You
for.
see, you're. That's not what I'm itching for. The reason why traditional women are more successful than independent women because they are literally building the next generation.
But they're not.
So they are evolving because
They are
every new
not.
generation learns. Yes, they are, because every new generation you learn something new, something that the past generation didn't know. And guess what, you pass that down to your children. You are actually building your community, and whatever value that your grandparents inherited to you, they are going to inherit that. So yeah,
Okay,
there's value with what traditional wives are doing, but with independent women, there's no value because
okay, so
all they're doing is paying their bills. That's
okay,
not
so let's go back.
evolving.
No,
What are you actually
no,
inputting
because
in society or in your community other than paying your bills or being a career-driven woman and making somebody else rich?
like again, like I said, being a useful member of your community, you're helping out your community, right? In the various ways. So it doesn't, like, the thing is, you have, like, for example, women who are like today, they're in a lot of majority of women, like in the medical, like there are like majority of women in the medical field, right? Uh, they're growing, right, outpacing men in that field. You have like women, like lawyers. All of these people, they're giving back
See
to their
what you're saying?
community.
You're still talking about careers. You see, you're still talking about careers. See, everything that I mentioned, it had nothing to do with money. I spoke about inherited values that you get from your grandparents. You're telling me about lawyers and people that work in medical fields. These
But those people
this is
actually
it.
give
There's
to their-
nothing.
No.
When they no, hold on. When they unalive, when these independent women unalive, they're going to be replaced by somebody else. It's a career. You're
No,
getting paid
that's
to
not
do
what
this
I'm talking
job.
about. Okay, so
You're not.
just a second.
It's not community
So it's
work.
what they give. Okay, no,
It's not
because these people
community work.
volunteer. No,
It's
you
not community
volunteer.
work.
No, you give your time to the community, not for money, not for that, right? That's what I meant. But also, a woman who actually poops out a child, excuse my language, okay, who poops out a child.
Why would you say
is not
poop out a child? Did your
I
mother
think she
poop you
means
out?
pop. She
Well,
means
that's
pop,
just
but
the,
wrong
okay,
pronunciation.
pop out. I mean, but the thing is, it's not actually, she's dropping that kid off at school. Someone else is indoctrinating, and she's just farming kids, basically. She hasn't given thoughts to actually meaningfully, in a meaningful way, raising that child, right? Like, and
No, that's not true. Majority, that's not true. Women who get married and have children do put a lot of time in how they want to raise their children. That's not true. Now, if she's a single mom, I can understand that. But a wife, before they got married, that was a whole conversation in itself. So yeah, there was more fault in that family. So you can't just say she's just popping out babies. She's a wife. She got married. She made sure she had a husband first. There is meaning to that. There is. So you're saying there's no meaning to marriage?
Just a second.
Are you saying there's no meaning to marriage now?
Hold on a second, okay? Let me track this for
Sorry
you.
to
Okay?
interrupt.
So
I
there
have to
is
go now,
no.
so
Okay,
yeah,
Tola.
I'm gonna leave this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tola.
Okay.
So there isn't, like, if there was an inherent meaning in being a mother, in being a wife, right? To this day, right? Women were at one point not too long ago, like that was their only choice, right? They couldn't go to education, they couldn't get education, they were barred from that, right? They would still be mothers, right? This is the thing is, when the pill
We're
came,
talking about now in 2026. We're not
Yes,
talking
in
about the past right now. We're talking about in 2026.
just a second. In 2026, a lot of women are opting out, right? They have opted out, and the thing only comeback people have is, well, like women, they're just failing. Nobody wants them. Nobody's picking them in their 20s, and they could have done that. Why are they not doing it in their 20s? They could have said, oh, there's a meaning in it. There's something greatness in being a mother or being like a wife. Why don't I just go into that? Why are they choosing to go to college, waste their youthful years, and all this, right? Because there is inherently
Yes, we understand that. Yes,
there's no meaning.
we understand that. We understand they're opting out. Wait, I understand what you're saying, but you still haven't told me what they replace that with. So you choose to opt out of traditional values.
Like,
what have you? Freedom, and what has that freedom given them? What has the freedom given them? What has it given?
What has it given them? What hasn't it not given them? Oh my God! Like,
no, tell me, what has it given?
The thing is, when you're a mother and when you're not a mother, or like married, right? Like with a spouse, and when you're single, there is two different things. You can do like travel. You can do a lot of things, right? Engage in different things, whether it's your career or your community or whatever it is. You cannot do that once you become a mother. You become basically the mother of so and so child, right? Basically, you become your mother, or your wife.
You're not telling me what has the freedom got them. What has freedom given them? What? You're not telling me. You keep going back to what wives can't do. What have freedom has given independent fefails?
Wait a minute.
Well, if you got freedom, so
Freedom
what
in
did you gain
itself.
from it then?
Freedom
So
in
what?
itself
Okay,
to do
then now you
whatever
got
they
the
want.
freedom. What?
Wait, excuse me.
Okay, then
just a
so
second.
what is it that they're
Freedom to
doing
do-
then? What is it that they've gained from this freedom?
You're not listening. So
You see, you're
it's a
struggling to
freedom,
tell me one thing.
but you're crashing out again. Okay, calm down, please.
No one's
So what-
crashing out. You're just not. You're not
just
answering the
upsetting-
question. You
you're
keep going back to telling me.
I
All you keep
explained
doing is
already.
telling me
Freedom.
what wives can't do, but you're not telling me what independent women are doing
When
with
you're
their
free-
freedom that actually can show that they have evolved. Thank you, the kitchen.
The freedom to study, to freedom to travel, whatever they to do whatever they want. Freedom in and of itself.
You think studying is
freedom.
evolved? Do you think studying is evolving? You think studying is advanced? Well, opening
they
a
were not
book and
allowed-
studying is advanced.
They were not allowed.
Yeah, well, no, we are.
But it is
No, that's listen.
advanced.
That. Hold on. We are in 2026 now. Women have been allowed to study for decades. Okay,
Exactly.
please.
But
We're not in the
that's what I'm
19.
saying.
We're not in the 1960s. We're not in the 1960s anymore. Okay, it's been decades. Women
actually, they
have
were
been
allowed in the
studying
60s
for
too.
over decades. No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're no longer even in the 60s or 70s. We're in 2026. We're no longer in the 1800s. We're no longer there. So
they're
women
taking
have been
advantage
studying
of
for
that.
decades now.
So what?
So there's nothing. So there's if they've been doing this for decades, there's nothing advanced about it anymore. That's the point.
Okay, so it's a humanity.
It's
thing,
not. It's
right?
not.
We're not
it-
gonna
they're
be,
not. They're
then
not
what do you expect
evolving.
them
They're
to
just
do?
doing. All they're doing is what women have been doing for decades.
No. What they're doing is going into fields that they were not allowed to in, or have not been in the past, expanding onto that.
Yes, in the
Taking
past. How
leadership
long ago was that? How many
just
years
a
ago was that? How many years ago? How many years ago
Not too
was
long,
that?
like say 60, like up until the 50s, right? They were just housewives. Right?
How many years
Meaningless-
ago?
Like meaningless
So
lives. Just meaningless
how
lives.
many years ago was it? How many years ago was it? Give me a number. How many years ago was this?
Like 60, 70 years ago, right? So up
60,
until
70 years. 60, 70
say
years.
when-
It's
when
been
they
60,
have
70 years. So stop talking about 60 years ago, okay? It's done. Feminism gave women their rights. Let's move on. What are independent females doing now that they haven't been doing for the last 60, 70 years?
And I just explained to you, you just didn't listen. So I don't know what to do for
You
you.
told me about education and work. They've been doing that
No.
for the last 60,
It has
70 years.
actually-
They've been doing that.
Within that, they have actually expanded further. You have women in leadership, leading countries, right? Like they're presidents, they are prime ministers, right? So
The
that
queen
wasn't
has been.
happening even-
Do you know how many queens? That's been happening for years. What are you talking about? What you think? Women leadership is something new? That happened
not-
way before feminism. That happened way before
The queen
feminism.
is not a
What are you
leader,
talking
okay?
about?
Madam, the queen is not a leader, okay?
No.
She's a symbol.
You're telling me women leadership happened because of feminism. That's a lie.
I didn't
Before
say that. Did you
that's
say-
been happening. You're telling me what's
segueing.
evolved is. Hold on. You told me the things that have evolved is that women are in leadership. That's been happening way before feminism. You do know that, right?
No, actually, it hasn't been to this.
Women
extent
have
that
been
we have-
leaders way before feminism.
Of course, but very, very minority.
Okay,
like
then.
just
So
a handful.
it doesn't
So
matter.
not
It's
like an
nothing. That's
upper
my. It's
echelon, right?
so.
Now,
Hold on.
every woman,
It's still.
right?
It's not. It's nothing advanced. That's the point. So females have not actually progressed. They haven't done anything new.
Yeah. Okay.
They haven't taught us anything different. No one's actually advanced. They're just doing what people have already done.
What people have done. So basically,
I just
it's a
want to-
humanity thing. Do you want them
So-
to basically rise above and just to go to discover Mars or like unexpected? Like this is like kind of like unfair. Like
It just shows that it just means that they're not evolving. They're just doing what everyone has been doing for the last 70
Yeah, but
years. There's
you
nothing
actually
new.
devolve. You
So
want them
so
to
the
devolve.
reality they're not
back to the kitchen
successful. They're not successful. They're just a bunch
Successful,
of
yeah, they are
average
successful.
brokies. No, they're not.
So
They're
you
not
want them
successful.
in the
Independent
kitchen.
women are not successful.
But you want them in the kitchen.
I never said I want them
tied to a
anywhere. I
man.
never said I want them in the kitchen. I
That's
never
what
said
you
that.
are
If
you
you listen to what I
that's
said, I
what
never
you
said they should
mean.
be wives. I said that if you choose to sacrifice traditional values, what are you replacing it with? Now, before you say anything, I'm just going to give a shout out and acknowledge the super chat. Thank you, Supreme Clientele, sent $5. This woman proves that independent women don't want to be beholden to any man except her boss. The hypocrisy in and of itself proves Remnant's point. Yep, that is true.
But you realize housework and being a home
That is very true.
housewife is still a work, right? So women are saying, okay, I'd rather not do that and go to work, and that is the freedom, right? So that's like, and I think a lot of people
Yeah,
can
this
track
is
that.
why it's failure, because you rather work for another man, and this is what that super chat was actually talking about. You rather be under your boss, but you will still be broke, depressed, in debt, and doing it alone.
I think
That's
again,
not
you're talking
success.
about minority of subsect of women, and
It's not. No, it's not a minority. No. That's not a minority. No, that's not a minority. That's what you want to do. You want to lie and make it seem like majority. No, majority. I'm not describing just BOK. Majority of whitey women. Majority. I'm not. Majority of whitey women are average earners as well. What are you talking about? Listen to what I'm saying. The average independent women, whether she's YT or BOK, are still average earners. Okay, I get it. You think they're living their best life? Average YT Fefails are just as broke. No, you did. You said I'm describing BOK Fefails when I'm describing every independent woman, regardless of what race or nation she is. No, I didn't. I described it. No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. Okay.
Yeah, I said stop spending your money on wigs, stop spending your money on makeup, stop spending your money on luxury clothes. Yeah, maybe they don't wear wigs, but guess what? They wear makeup. They spend useless money on clothes.
Of course they should be. I mean, the thing is, if you're a broke man, why
don't
would
think
any
about
woman
it too
want
much.
No. But yeah, like a lot of women are basically not choosing guys because they're below average earners, right? It's just they're not able to hold. Like the women go with men for resources, and men go to women for youthfulness, for femininity. Like for that all that. But the thing is then to say, okay, well, cut down on your lifestyle so that you can help out this broke guy. Like it's just nonsensical. A lot of women are just, it's a class issue.
No one's saying to help out. Well, guess
it's a class issue, right?
Yeah, and you just admitted it. You just admitted it. You just admitted that independent women can't get the rich guy that they want. They can't be able to get the man that makes the money because men who makes money doesn't want to be an independent female. No, they don't. Majority of women don't make. Do you know the percentage of women who actually make six figures?
Not a lot.
Do you know the percentage?
Not a lot. Not
of women. Of women.
Both men and women.
I'm talking about women, though. I'm talking about women. I'm talking about women. Exactly. So then, if there's a small percentage of women that makes over six figures, then we're talking about the majority who are average earners.
Yeah, but
so this is not a subsect.
Again, like I said to you before, that life is much more meaningful, right, than being a stay-at-home mom where you are just endlessly go like a drone.
How is it meaningful? Okay, you keep...
I'm not sure how to make you understand.
How is it meaningful? How is it more meaningful if they're struggling to even get by? They're struggling financially. Now, if independent women were actually thriving financially, then I could understand why a lot of them hype themselves up. I'd be like, okay, that makes sense. They're actually making the money that they want. I get the hype. But if you take a look at the stats, they're actually broke. They have no savings. Men have more savings. Men are not being affected by inflation the same way. It's affecting women more. So where's this hype coming from when you are practically struggling? I don't get that.
Okay, so the thing is, right? If you account for, I mean, you seems to me you're acknowledging the pay gap for some reason, right? Like without saying, like, but if you look at the average woman, right? She's able to, like, when you say she's struggling, she's in debt. That the women who are in debt, I don't know how it is in the UK, right? Like I couldn't speak for that, right? Or the US for that matter, right? That's why, like, for me, when I hear this, it's a foreign thing. Like, it's like, wow, like majority of women in your like country are like suffering, and they are like, like it's odd for me, right? And the thing that you have to ask yourself is it to live a life like alone and be satisfied with your lot, yeah, be free, or be actually in a role where you are feeling, okay, I'm like lost in this role, I can't perform well in this role, right? Which should they choose? Because it seems to me like you're saying that being a mother and a wife gives you meaning, when it, for some people, it just doesn't, right? Some people it does, and good for you, enjoy it, but for some it doesn't. And there are
Yeah, I can't hear you. I don't know why. You kind of just broke off. So I'm just going to quickly acknowledge the super chat. Hopefully your sound will come back on. So I'm going to acknowledge Supreme Clientele Super Chat who sent $2. She did it again. Freedom from her bedmate. Facts on facts. They love to they rather submit to their boss than a husband, which I think is actually so backwards. It doesn't make sense because submitting to your husband actually benefits you. Submitting to your boss doesn't benefit you because the reality is you are going to be replaced. You're just an employee. Whilst if you submit to your husband, it benefits you, your family, your children, and so forth. So I just never really understand that logic. But it's interesting because Vanez is saying that there are Fefails out there.
cut off.
Yeah, go on, finish your point.
I got cut off. Okay, so it timed out.
It's fine, don't worry.
What I was saying was, like, the thing is, there is two choices, right? Be like alone, right? We want to call it FIFA, FUFA, whatever, like, whatever term we want to assign it. And just be by yourself, like, because that's what you ultimately like to do, right? Or become a mother, right? Be in a role that you're not able to fulfill. Because the thing is, like, I look at society, just if you look around you, right? Look at the mothers. Like, are they actually doing a good job of bringing up the next generation? Truthfully, if we look at, like, especially in the Western world, because right now, actually, the birth rate is actually all-time low. But if we look at it, are they actually producing quality children? Because the thing is, they have the kid is put in a school, indoctrinated, right? That's not quality. Why are you, like the parent, like, that's what I ask myself. Why are you not teaching your child, right? Because the thing is, a lot of the values the kids growing up today have is from internet, from social media, from school, from this, from that, right? It's like your kids are hijacked.
Yeah, so they are. No, that's not true. The truth is, if you want to talk about social media actually affects young women much more than it does affect young men. So young boys and young girls. Social media affects young boys more than it does affect young girls. So the reality is, even the way young girls experience social media is usually more affected and influenced by independent women. They're more influenced by independent women on social media than young boys are. So I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say that parents are not raising healthy children. I think two-parent households are actually raising the most healthy children in this society today. That's the truth. They are the ones who are actually raising the civilized, lawful, obedient people in society.
Okay.
If without these two-parent households, society wouldn't continue. Now it's the single moms who are actually raising the criminals and the 304s, not the two-parent households.
And who is in the majority then, in terms of
Now, like I said, if you
because the well is tainted, right? And you're like, you have to be able to see that as it is in society. Where I mean, we don't
yeah,
want to
the
throw
world is
baby with the
tainted.
bathwater, right? We don't want to throw the baby with the bathwater. But what I mean is, if you just look
Yeah, but
around you,
it's not the two-parent household. It's not the two-parent household.
I'm not
The
saying
reason why
that.
society is this.
I didn't
Yeah,
say
but
that.
you're
No,
saying
no.
that two-parent households, they're not raising their children right, but that's not what's happening though. Because
But
even
no,
you just admitted birth rate, hold on, even you just admitted birth rate has gone down, marriage rates has gone down. So really what you
for all
have
the
right now, really what you have, hold on, really what you have right now is a bunch of independent Fefails who are just running society.
so they're running society. So the thing is, do you think that it's wise in a society
When I
like
say running
that?
society, I mean it's
For the
inflated. It's
influence.
inflated by. It's more inflated by single people than families. You have
Yeah.
more single people than families.
Yeah,
So the
but you
ones
just
that do have families, the ones that do have families, they are spending a lot more quality time with their children and definitely have planned more to have that family than ever before. It's more
no.
intentional to have a family now than it was, yes, than it was back then. Back then, it was more normal to get married and have a family. Today, it's actually becoming more rare for people to have families and get married. So it's definitely more
Okay.
intentional.
Okay, sure.
So you
But the
can't
thing
say
is,
that you can't just put it out there and say, oh, the way they're raising their children is backwards. That's not true. If anything, anyone that has children today and anyone that has a family, they're more intentional about it than it was 60 years ago.
and
But
okay,
before
just
you
let me
answer, let
ask
me
you
just
this.
acknowledge
Okay. Go ahead.
hold on. Just hold on with the question and then you can ask me after. I just want to acknowledge some super chats. Okay, so I want to give a shout out to Gorilla Grip who sent $5. Submit to CEO, but CEO has a trad trophy wife. Facts on facts. That is the truth. A lot of these CEOs that these females are submitting to, he is actually spending all of his time, all of his investment on his wife. Meanwhile, nobody invests in you females. That's why it's backwards. You're helping his wife be comfortable, not even yourself. What a shame. Run it logistics. Thank you. Sent 20 US dollars. I appreciate. Thanks for being you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Gorilla Grip said, so homeschool doesn't exist? Well, that's a good question.
I was gonna actually talk about that point.
Yeah.
But the thing is, okay, sorry, are you done? Like with addressing?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, the thing is, when
Yeah, go
like
ahead. I'm
looking
listening. Go
at
on.
the average parent when they have a child today, right? They have the kid, and then after, I mean, at the age of 6 or so, they send them to school, right? They send the kid to school. There is only very few parents who can actually afford to keep their like educate and be very, very involved in their child's life. Even where like it is like you have like the upper echelon, even like let's say, like people who like stay, let's make it easy, stay at home mom, even her, she's sending the kid to school, right? So the kid is getting outside influence at some point. They always do, like it's just you can't avoid that in the society, right? Unfortunately. So in a society where there is, as you said, these females, right, How are you gonna like bring a kid into this world and then say, well, I'm just gonna, let you be influenced by this toxic sewage, right? That's like all over society, and then not even like you have to you said it. They're influencing. These Fefails are like actually influencing people. They're saying like convincing that their life is actually worth something, which I don't understand how that would be possible to begin with, because like you said, they're Fefails. If you're a Fefail, right, and you don't have much, right, you're depressed, right, you don't have much to influence. But that's what was said. So how is
Which
it
is the
possible?
majority.
Sorry, majority of what?
Majority are depressed.
Sure, but the thing is, a person who's
Majority
depressed.
majority of Fefails Majority of Fefails are depressed. Majority of Fefails do have anxiety.
Okay, so then they're not able to, influence society in any way, be it positive or negative.
The truth is, right, independent Fefails are influencing society in the most degenerate way, because these are the things that have happened in society since Fefails have got their freedom. I asked you, what did they do with their freedom? You didn't really give me a direct answer, but I could tell you what they've done with their freedom. They chose to get cosmetic surgeries. They chose to create trends like baddies, the it girl, boss babes. They chose to fixate. They chose to fixate on lifestyle, money, and traveling. They chose to prioritize on degenerate behavior. They chose to prioritize on being sexually liberated and engaging in hookup culture. This is what they've done with their freedom. That's why you have more Fefails today who are unaliving by doing BBLs. Do you know? Never in history have you. It's basically a surgery that Fefails are doing to make their butt bigger. And it's actually one of the most dangerous surgeries in the world. And more women are unaliving from it today. This is what independent Fefails have created with their freedom.
But the thing is, okay, so you can't conflate things.
This is failure. They haven't done anything positive. All they've done is negatively influence society. You go on Instagram, you go on TikTok, everyone is half naked.
Yeah, okay, I agree.
No one has any type of style anymore. Everyone is showing every skin. They're all skimpy. They're all doing the same thing. OF. Look at OF. Independent Fefails were the ones who pushed OF. So now you have more SMEX workers. More Fefails are getting paid online to do SMEX work. They didn't evolve and say, hey, we're going to be a great scientist.
There are also, you're focusing, I get your point though, you're focusing on a subset of women who are basically.
No, this is not a subset of women. These are the things that independent Fefails have used their freedom to bring to society today.
Okay.
They got their freedom, and this is where they focus their freedom on, is cosmetic surgeries, aesthetics, lifestyle, and SMEX work.
So that has always existed to an extent. But the thing is, okay, let's look at
it. No, it has, but OF is new. OF is a different type of SMEX work. SMEX work has always existed, but not in a sense of how OF works.
Yeah, but isn't that actually because before they used to do it?
SMEX workers never used to make millions. SMEX workers never used to make millions. Now it's easier for women to make millions. I'm not upset. I'm trying to show you how that's failure. That's failure. It's not success.
It's they're making millions.
So this is what proves my point, is that independent Fefails have not evolved.
But the thing, okay.
All they've done is become failures and degenerates in society.
Yeah, but you're not evolving either if you're just a mother. That's what you've done always. So it's like, what are you doing? That's like so different. At least it's different now. They're in the workforce. They're doing different things outside of being a mom, right, and a wife, right, a trad wife. that is, at least they're doing that. That's an evolving, right? Whereas if they stayed in the role that they had for a millennia, how is that in any way evolving? It's not actually evolving. In fact, you're just stagnant, right? And you're not, the thing is, when you are a trad wife, you're not really.
What do you mean stagnant? No, traditional wives are not stagnant. That's a lie.
Because at least
They're not stagnant.
Wait, let me explain. You have to, at least when you are a trad wife, you should be in a supporting role for your husband, right? If you're not in a supporting role, which a lot of the trad wives, right? It's like a fad. This new thing, it's like a fad where these women, they just come and then it's like, well, I want to stay at home, take care, which is great. It's noble, right? You want to stay home, take care of the kids, raise the healthy next generation. Nothing wrong with that. However, they're just falling flat on their faces. Look at the divorce rates, right? I'm not saying every woman is getting divorced, but the divorce is so high. These trad women, right? Majority of them, there's some that I have seen online, right? Well, the ones that are like kind of like they were like they had presence online, and or there was a documentary. They didn't last. So the thing is, when you talk about marriage and the sanctity of marriage and actually and being a wife and a mother, that is a role you should take seriously. So what I'm saying, a lot of people don't take it seriously. I'm glad some young women are waking up and saying, you know what, I'll just refrain. You know what, let them struggle like alone. At least we agreed on that. Let them struggle, let them be Fefails or whatever, right? But the thing is, you are a true failure when you take on a feat, right, that you can't fulfill. If you can't fulfill that role, then you are a true failure. Because this role, it's just a sign. She's just surviving as a human, right? She wakes up, goes to work, whatever, and that's that. But when someone says, well, gee golly, I want to raise the next great generation, right? And then you fall flat like a pancake on your face, it's just like, what? And then you advertise it, and then you propagandize it, and then you sit and then you have people like I don't understand, like a lot of like this fad that's these days, where this trad wife fad, where women just collect money online. I don't see any difference between an OF woman, right, and basically one sitting on TikTok or Instagram or doing whatever, like lifestyle trad life. They're the same, just a different side of the coin, right? When you, well, not you, I'm not talking about you, but like
Okay.
yeah.
All right. I was just really waiting for you to crash land, but it never happened. But I will respond to what you said. Let me just acknowledge the super chats quickly. So the original CMC sent $10. Thank you, Princess. It seems to me that majority of these females have such a negative outlook on marriage, as bravery or servitude being the underlying issue of corrupt thinking. That is true. I guess they rather suffer alone than serve a man that essentially is also serving you, which is it's an interesting mindset. So Darwin Walker sent $5. Why have some women abandoned elegance and glamour? They abandoned it because they wanted to experience sexual liberation. That's why. Females were influenced by feminist intellectual facts on facts. Yes, they were. Sadly, they didn't become intellectual themselves. Gorilla Grip sent $5. Thank you. Ferenz is wild for saying that mothers don't travel family trips 2 times a year, getting gifter every 3 months they were taken care of. Yeah, that is something to say, They make it seem like families don't travel when they actually do. And it's actually more fulfilling to travel with your family than traveling by yourself. That actually gets very lonely. Andrew Baker said, thank you for the super chat. Said, Princess, what country is the female on the panel living in? She's delusional and making up stuff to fit her false narrative. Most females of all races in all countries are struggling. Where are you from, Ferenz? What country are you from? Or where are you staying right now?
Why do you need to know? It's just a debate, right? Just like you don't answer, I don't answer.
Because they asked. So, everyone knows I'm from the UK, so that's not a secret. I mean, if you can't hear with my accent. Yeah. So I guess people are just curious, where are you from? Because a lot of things that you're saying is starting to feel like you're just making it up. So they're curious to know, where are you from?
Making up. Self-reflect, that's all I have to say. I mean, the thing is, if everyone to their own, right? Like the thing is, I can't be telling people how to live their life, right? If you don't know how to live your life, I mean, I don't know what to do for you. Like,
okay, so do you want to tell them where you're from? Yes or no?
no, I said already.
Oh, okay. All right then. So gonna give another shout out to Classy Young Man who sent $20. You can't maintain any society without a nuclear family. The corporate and the government structure knows this. The reason why feminism has exist. Once they're done in life, the same company 100 years later evolves without you. Exactly that. The boss, the company that you work for will evolve around you and will continue to evolve without you. But this is what they want to submit to. Gorilla Grip sent $2. Thank you. This lady wants all women to be alone like her. Yeah, I agree with that. Offense to Earth Finance.
What?
It does sound like you want women to be alone.
I actually didn't advocate for either way.
You do advocate for being independent and single, very much. More than you do a traditional household and values. Okay then, and Run It Logistics sent $20. Thank you. It is still better to have a family structure to control the outside influence. Children are neglected more in a single parent home. Also, this lady needs to stop trying to make the exceptions a rule. It's majority based. Exactly. We're talking about the majority, and the majority are not thriving. So what would you like to say?
Advocating for anyone to be one way or the other, right? I shouldn't have to be like influencing anyone, right? You should be able to stand on your two adult feet, right? We're all adults here, right? Don't look up to someone, right? Don't look up. But the thing is, like, when I look at a society, right? If you want to be like I said, there's nothing wrong with being a traditional wife. It's just done these days. It's done in a jest. Right? Just people come on the internet just to get likes, just to get, there's no difference between an OF fans model, as they call it, and there's no difference between someone on TikTok or Instagram, right? Advocate like a certain type of lifestyle. You're basically both of them are getting their cheeks clapped, as it were, right? It's just like you dance for that, shekel.
You're not making any sense. You're not making any sense.
What's the difference between
it doesn't make perfect sense.
Someone here, like on TikTok. What's the difference?
So someone on TikTok. Okay, so someone on TikTok. Hold on. No, but that doesn't make any sense though. And unless they are a very sexual person, then that will make sense. Because are you saying people that work on sleep because they're making money, they're the equivalent of OF?
So the thing is, in both cases, men are sending you money.
Because basically that's like saying anyone that works online is like a OF corn star.
Well, you are.
That's quite stupid to say.
No, well, I mean, you can get triggered by that, but whatever. The thing is, you're clapping for likes, for money being sent, $1 here.
So then isn't that the equivalent? Is when you. But hold on. No, she's not. She's a corn star. There's nothing successful about that.
Yeah, she's. Well, I mean.
So you think money is what makes a person successful then? Okay,
wouldn't be
then. So
here.
you
You
establish
wouldn't be
success
here.
with money,
But you wouldn't
not
be
not
here.
with value, not with value. What do you mean I wouldn't be here?
But the thing is, right? Like
So
nobody would be doing what they
equate,
do.
so you equate. Hold on. So you equate success with money.
Just like you do.
And the
like,
truth
like
is, with
everybody
your
else.
mentality, if you're saying anyone that works, if you're saying that anyone that works on the internet is the equivalent to an OF, then anyone that goes to work is equivalent to someone that is a community, that's a 3 or 4 in the street.
We all sell ourselves. The
You
price is
are
just
selling
different.
yourself to the CEO.
Of course, like it's a different price.
Okay,
right? Like, when
then.
you-
So
it's not a. I don't.
there's a
work for CEO,
difference.
but like,
Okay, then. Okay, at least to some extent, you're a bit consistent with that mentality.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the
I'll
thing
give
is,
you
we
that.
all
Look
sell
consistent with
ourselves.
that.
At least, yeah. Well, for me, that's what I try to do, right? Like I'm self-reflecting and I'm honest. I'm not disingenuous.
I understand what you're saying, but I do think selling yourself is almost like exploiting. No, that's not what you're doing, because selling yourself is almost like exploiting parts about you to make money. People that work are not exploiting themselves to that extent.
Just a second. What does an engineer do? Or
There's a difference. There's a difference between selling yourself and working.
Again,
There's a difference, because selling
all
yourself
sell
means you're
ourselves,
exploiting yourself.
no, but we
People
all
that work, teachers don't exploit themselves. They don't.
They get up in the morning, they go and clock
So
in,
I just think
and they sell their,
that mentality,
they're not selling-
that mentality is very flawed.
No, you're not tracking. Okay, so the thing is, like, we all have like price, right? We all sell ourselves for a price. Whether we're teachers, we're OF, we're TikTok influencers, whatever, right? It's just that there's a price over our head. We just say, okay, well, this is the price I'm willing to sell myself, my time. That's the most important thing, right? Your time, right? That you actually sell yourself, like you're selling like your time, right? It's not just the body. Like, okay, the OF woman, she's doing like just dancing and doing something with her body, right? You are going physically into a work, well, not you, but like just saying someone going into work, right? 8 a.m. clock in until
No,
9,
it's
5
selling.
o'clock.
No. There's a difference. There's a difference because someone that's doing SMEX work, they're exploiting themselves. Okay, they're exploiting themselves. So they rather corrupt themselves to benefit in society. People that work honest jobs don't do that, and that's the
Aren't they
difference
exploiting their
between
own
selling
time?
yourself and working.
But they're exploiting their talents, right? So a teacher is teaching, right? That's
No,
their
they're not.
talent.
That's not a talent. No, there's no. No, they're not. That doesn't make any sense. Exploit. Do you know what exploitation even means? Do you even know what? No, you can't exploit your talent. There's no. A teacher doesn't exploit their talents. What are you talking about? That doesn't even make any sense. If you are selling yourselves, when you exploit, it means you're willing to act in a corrupt manner.
Okay, so
you
can
are
I-
doing things that you're not supposed to do.
So that we can rest this, I'll give you exploit, the dictionary definition: make full use of and derive benefit from a resource in bracket. Do you understand now?
Okay, and make use of a situation in a way and make use of a way considered unfair or underhand.
Another.
That's corrupt. No, it's the same. It's the same word. I don't know what you. It's the same word, and that is
Or selfish
selling
way.
yourself. When you sell yourself, you are doing something from a corrupt place. Honest working people don't exploit themselves to benefit from society.
What?
That's what SMEX workers do. That's what OF
Yeah, she's
does.
earning money from.
That's what
selling her
criminals
body.
do. That's what
Criminal,
smug dealers do.
Okay, smug dealers.
No.
Different.
It's still. Why do you think they say SMEX workers are in the underbelly of society? How come SMEX workers are in the underbelly of society but teachers are not? If they're doing the same thing, how come SMEX workers are in the underbelly of society but teachers are not?
Maybe in your society they are. I don't know, right?
No,
The
we're
thing is,
talking about no. This is no, not in my society. This is a global thing. This is a global
right.
thing. Smex work is Smex work. Smex work is part of the underbelly of society.
Has always been, right? Like it's the oldest
So
profession.
how come the teacher is not?
The thing is, okay, so it's not okay. So the SMEX worker, right, is actually like she's making a profit by selling her like, and that is like because of religious people. They have said, okay, we're gonna ban this, right? That's why it went underground, right? Because some people are against
Why?
this.
Why did they want to ban Smex work?
Well,
Why
because the
have
thing
they
is,
not banned
men.
teachers?
Okay, so the difference is, right? So a SMEX worker was viewed as this, that they're exploiting poor men, right? Because those men will not get married. They will just keep running back to this women. So it was a way, like the thing is, you have to look at how taxation works. They want these guys to settle down, have kids. That's gonna,
It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do.
because
So
if a
you're
guy,
saying the
imagine,
reason why they banned it is because of men.
well,
So you don't think. So
mainly,
you don't think. So you don't think. So you don't think corn is actually bad for people. You don't think so. You don't think corn is actually bad for society and people. No, 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 no. In general, no, no, no. In general, it doesn't matter who's consuming it. Are you saying that corn is actually healthy for society? Are you saying that?
I never said that. And
Even though it's proven. So why are you making it seem like they're banning it because of men when actually the corn society is actually bad for society? When the corn industry actually exploits women. A lot of times, a lot of them are not even supposed to be there. In the corn industry, they even have underage women.
Yeah, they're being in this
So
case,
the reason why I say this because you're just being disingenuous. You're making it seem like the reason why they banned the corn industry, they ban a lot of
no, you said
people
underbelly. That's what
selling
I was replying
smacks.
to. I was replying to that.
Yeah, why is selling your body? Hold on, why is selling your body? Your body, excuse me. Why is selling your body the part of the underbelly of society?
Again,
And you're telling me the reason why it is because it was banned because they want men to get married more. But then this is what you're doing is that you are being disingenuous about the negative effects about the underbelly of society.
well, look at it historically. Why do you think it was actually like? Why is it underbelly? Let's see here your answer then. Let's hear your answer. Why do you think it's the underbelly? Historically, it's been like that, right? I can't hear you. Are you there? I can't hear you. I don't know if you're talking. Were you able to Google it? No, but okay. Did you come with an answer? Like, why was it the underbelly, as you said it? But wait, what is that negative that it has on society, though? No, when you profit from your own body, when you sell your own body. Yeah, like yeah, but then OF actually frees them, like so they're their own person. Like they don't have to have like a John, right? Like they don't have a John, as it were, right? They're doing their own, like they're like doing their own thing, whereas they're not like they don't have like a someone. That's where the danger used to come from, right? Where the women would be in danger from. Whereas now, like with OF, like they don't have to deal with that. Like the thing is, I don't want to go down this road like that. I'm gonna be
Okay.
Oh, was I muted?
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, the
Oh, okay.
laptop unalived. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So the reason why, so this is the negative impacts of the corn industry and OF is that a lot of times it's illegal because a lot of them were trafficked. Okay, a lot of them were pimped out. And on top of that, it has negative impact on people's mental health. It has negative impact on other women as well,
Yeah, like
which
I
is
was
backed by
replying.
science.
Yeah, I was replying to you
So
actually that.
this is why it's part of the underbelly of society, not just because they want men to get married and part of taxation. Yes, I'm sure that's one of the reasons, but the underbelly of society refers to the hidden, often ignored and unpleasant, seedy or criminal aspects of community life. It
Yes.
represents dark, vulnerable, or sordid underside of civilians, of
Yeah, but
civilization.
yes, so I said I agree with you on that, and I said OF actually got rid of that, so women didn't have a John, right? They didn't rely on a John, right? It kind of like got rid of that, so they're able to do
No,
things
OF
on their
didn't get
own.
no OF no OF never no that's not true. OF never got rid of that. It's just agencies. They don't call it a John. It's agencies.
They pay a fee.
OF has agencies. Yes, they have agencies where they will get men to sleep with their clients. It still happens now.
The thing is
So the
that
fact that you want to somehow glorify Smex work and then normalize it
no,
and
it's
say,
just
well,
the
everyone
fact.
sells
No,
themselves.
no, you're being
No, that's
emotional.
not a
I
fact.
didn't
The
say.
fact, I'm not being emotional. You're just being disingenuous. You want to make it seem like everyday average
I was pretty consistent
workers
actually.
sell themselves. No, you was consistent with your illogical point. But the reality
Okay.
is, a hard working civilian is not selling themselves like someone from OnlyFans. Two completely different things. One is part of the underbelly of society and exploiting themselves to benefit, while the other person is an honest worker. So don't do that.
But both of them are using their like whatever talent they have. Like they know best, right?
No, there's no
To get
talent. No, there's no
money.
talent. No, that's not a talent. No, that's not a
Not a
talent.
talent,
So
but
I'm
what I'm
just
saying
going
is like
to.
just
It's not
yeah.
a talent. Please cut it out. So I'm
But
going
I think
to.
it's just a reality. Like you have to just
Yeah.
live with
Okay.
it.
So I'm just going to acknowledge a super chat. Classy young man said $5. Thank you. I appreciate you. As inflation keeps growing, the money that you make now, these 20 years later, will be worth nothing. Yes, facts on facts. Especially the older that they get, they will become more useless to society and will learn the hard way that you have been replaced. So yeah, it's
Okay. Oh,
like
are you done? Okay.
it. Yeah, go on. You can
So,
respond. Go
but
on.
the thing is, like, yeah, that last point is really interesting. It's just like wishful thinking almost. Like, if you are a woman in today's like Western society, you have no excuse for being a poor, as you said. Like, you have all the knowledge you can think of at your fingertips. You could be financially independent by investing. Have you heard of that? You could get into all types of investments. You can save up. There's ways you can, even if you're like making meager amounts, even a small amount, like 10 years ago, like if you put something, it's worth a lot more. The thing is, like a lot of like even whether it's trad or the independent women, as it were, none of them are making use, basically being a useful in the true sense in their society and taking advantage, or actually I like to say it, exploit the educational opportunities available to them, right? Instead
That's
they're
not
just on
exploiting. No,
just a
that's not.
second.
That's no.
No, but the thing is, you can make use of your time, right? And actually make something of yourself, right? There's nothing, nobody's stopping you from that. There's all the like the resources is like at your fingertips. right? Instead of just sitting at like being an OF or whatever, like, or TikTok, and just clapping for like, like $5, $2, whatever, you can make actually something of yourself. That's not what's happening. A lot of women are just taking the easy road, right? They're taking the easy route. And that's just what's happening. And for him to make that comment, oh, they're going to be in 20 years. Yeah, some of your women are going to be probably, because you're in a welfare state.
No, majority. Oh, yeah, majority. Yes, majority. Do you really think majority of women, when they're going to be in their 50s and their 40s, are going to be valuable in society when they can barely work compared to the younger women? You're all going to be...
That's why
said
you
no
should
one.
be. Yeah, no one. But so that's what I'm saying. Why aren't you?
But this is it. But this, no, but men. The reality, no, men are going to be still more valuable than women, because men are capable of dealing with that type of. No, that's true. Okay, because even men usually are financially stable around their 40s and 50s. So it's very normal for men to keep working.
Have you heard? I want
The
to ask.
older they get, it's going to be more restraining for women.
Sure.
So yeah, they are going to be more useless compared to men.
Sure. Okay. So there is something called NEET. NEET. I don't know if you're familiar with it. Like, so it's like not in education, not in trades. So basically, it's there was a study done this. Young men who were not basically, they just gave up on like life. So these, like, and I struggled. Find me like these, like the equivalent. Can you find the equivalent of like women's equivalent for women just not employed, not in the trades, not working?
NEET has nothing to do with gender, though. NEET is not something just to do with men. NEET it refers to the energy expanding for all physical activities that are not sleeping, eating, or dedicated to structured exercise.
No.
It doesn't say that.
No.
It doesn't.
No, I'm not talking about that. NEET like is for not in education, employment, or training. Like, it's a socioeconomic indicator that was used like for NEET.
Okay, so I'm just going to acknowledge the super chat. Go on, say what you want to say. Go on, say what you want to say, and then after that, I'm going to acknowledge the super chat.
But it's kind of disingenuous to say then, well, women are like, when people get older, when both are actually struggling, to say, well, women are going to struggle more. No, because the society is moving towards it's a more gynocentric. So actually, a 60-year-old woman is going to be hired far more than like, let's say, 60-year-old.
No, that's not true. Because even, so I found what you're saying. The term NEET, no, because I saw what you're saying. I'm going to ignore the super chat. Just the term that you're saying is NEET stands for not in education, employment, or training. It is classification used to describe young people, typically aged 16 to 24, who are not currently enrolled in school, working a job, or participation in any vocational training or apprenticeship. This has nothing to do with 50-year-olds or 60-year-olds.
No, nothing to do with those. I was referring to, like, that's why I jumped to the young people.
And it has nothing to do with men either.
It does, actually. More men.
No, it doesn't, because this is not about men, it's about young people.
Okay, so the thing is, right? You're saying like.
So before you continue.
Okay, go ahead.
So let me just acknowledge the super chat, and then you can make your point. So wanna acknowledge Supreme Clientele. Thank you. Sent $2. Increase the spread of disease. Yes, he's referring to the OF and why it's part of the underbelly of society. It definitely increased the spread of diseases. That's another great point. So it just makes people more sick, really, doesn't it? Doesn't really help society. Never did.
Yeah, but diseases are like STDs there, whether they're doing that or not, right? It's like.
Yeah, but it spreads more. Do you think it's better for it to spread more or less?
It's not going to spread more. right? I mean,
Oh, right. So it's
have
worse.
you,
Exactly. So it didn't help. It made it worse. And that's the
it does
point.
not. It does
What
not.
do you mean? No, you're just lying now. If you're saying Smex work does not spread more diseases, you are just lying. And that's why I say sometimes you're disingenuous.
It does spread,
Okay?
right? But
Because
not in
that's
any
an outright
particular.
lie. No, that's a lie. We're not, come on, Smex work? Please.
You know, those women.
All
they
right, so
actually
I'm
get
going
tested.
to, yeah, that's what you believe. Okay, cool. So I'm going to acknowledge another super chat. Run It Logistics sent $20. Thank you. The truth is, this lady has a very little moral values. Normalizing Smex work will increase all negative effects. Remnant mentioned and more. It's true. Your moral compass, it seems like it doesn't exist.
You don't want to go there. Like the thing is, like, I mean, this is a debate. Like,
I'm
now
just
you're
being honest.
personal. You don't want to get
I'm
there.
not being personal. I'm not trying to make it personal, but
No,
you are
it's a debate, right?
normalizing. The reason it is a debate, but the comment is true. When you normalize Smex work,
I get it. You're
I'm not getting triggered. I'm not getting triggered. I'm just hold on. Don't get triggered. Just relax. Listen, now you're getting triggered, okay? It seems like what that person said hit a nerve. You hit a nerve, didn't it?
Masculine energy.
What he said was very true. Do you know what?
okay,
Facts on facts.
No, but the thing is, I'm not saying.
Because if it wasn't true, you wouldn't be acting like this. I'm just saying when someone
Okay, thanks,
normalizes.
Alexander. Thank you.
Hold on. It's fine. When someone normalizes Smex work to a point where they're now comparing it to everyday honest workers, people begin to question your moral compass. That's just the truth. And I agreed with that because the reality is the way you was defending Smex workers because they make money, it does reveal the lack of your morals. It does reveal your moral compass is not completely intact. And the truth is you are willing to sell your moral compass for money.
Right. So
It's there's
ironic.
truth in that.
It's ironic for you to say that actually right now. Like it's really ironic because I mean I'm not making any money out of any of this, right? The thing is I'm saying, okay, if in a free society, right, if someone decides to do that, right, like basically I'm at the end of the day I'm not going around like saying they're morally corrupt or whatever. Might not be for me, right, that kind of job, but at the same time I'm not like gonna be so bold as to say, oh, you are moral, like you're immoral for doing this work, or for even like or you're like the thing is at some point you have to step back, self-reflect, I think, right? And the most important thing in this whole thing is, okay, this woman, they're doing like a job, right? Like just like it's not like even like being a mom. Like the thing is, something that upsets me a lot is like people don't see being a mom as a job. It's a full-time plus some more job, right? So we have all in society, we have different kind of jobs that we take, right? And whether someone is an OF or decides to be a mom, you might see it as, oh my God, being a mom is the supreme of all things, and that's the best job anyone could hold, right? I disagree. I don't think it is the best thing in the world, and I don't think it's the worst thing in the world, right? It's a job. Same thing with an OF, right? I'm not gonna sit there and say, wow, that is the best job or it's the worst job. And that's, I think, what's lost in here is a bit of self-reflection, right? And self-awareness, and to say, you know what? I just want to like look around me, right, in the society and actually reflect on that, right? And actually gain knowledge on that. Because when you live, like you're here today, you might be gone tomorrow, right? And to not have examined your life, it's just like, what was it all worth? Like, what legacy did you leave behind? Except like maybe you left.
And that's
DNA.
That's a great question, because independent Fefails don't leave legacy. That's a great question. What do they leave? What's their DNA? And that's why they're failures. because they leave nothing other than degeneracy.
So the thing is, like,
And somebody
mother,
else's
compared
replaces
to
their career.
comparing to a mother, let's say, right? She had child, right? She left behind a
A
child.
traditional woman, because if you say mother, we could be talking about single moms or a traditional wife.
Trad wives,
So,
right? So
yeah,
trad
let's just
wife.
make it clear, because
So like a trad wife, right? She left the kid behind, like she left her DNA behind, right? Okay. What is that like in any way? Like, I mean, aside from bringing into this world, excuse me, like someone to be like basically like to continue on this like slave path, right? Of just waking up every day, right? Of actually, again, possible of being influenced by one of these FIFAs, whatever, right? That is like, I mean, you take that risk, you didn't reflect on it, right? And you leave this world saying, I'm done. Like I'm gonna dust my hands. Like that's a job well done. Job well done on what exactly? On actually just
yes,
being
is a
like,
job is a
right,
job
just
well done,
leaving
because
behind a
it's not about it's not just about leaving behind a child. Okay, this new human life that you've brought into society is now going to continue, is going to be inherited with value that not only you as a mother have and the father has, but your great grandparents had. You are now leaving them culture. You're now leaving them wisdom. You're now leaving them generational wealth. You're leaving them with a lot more that they can be able to continue.
That's
So
not
how
the
do you think
truth.
culture can
That's not
no how no that is true. How do you think culture continues? Culture continues when you teach it to your children. And then your children can be able to use their culture that was continued through you and your parents and their parents' parents, and they could be able to maybe make a business out of it. Or maybe they can be able to help their community out of it.
maybe.
So you didn't just pop out. You didn't just pop out children. You continued things. You because your children now exist, your culture will continue to exist. Your history will continue to exist. Everything about your existence that made you, your nation, your hair, everything about you continues to exist because you chose to be a tradition. Yes, it's true.
Okay, so the thing is, the thing you
So
didn't
it
mention
doesn't
in that
end
is
that way.
just wait. The thing you didn't mention in that is cultures die, languages die, countries get
Unalive.
replaced. Oh, okay, unalived, right? And they get replaced by other cultures sometimes. It happens, right? And they get overtaken, they get wiped out. It happened like in North America, like just simple disease to like a community, and they're just wiped out, right? So the thing is, you have to be actually. I mean,
But now you're talking about see, you see how you have to make now you need to now you need to make it about these circumstances, and how something has to happen for now that generation to be wiped out.
No,
But
what I'm saying
outside
is
of these
there's no guarantee.
outside of these there's no guarantee in anything. That's the truth. And that's why being a traditional wife is more rewarding, because you know that for as long as you've lived, you have passed down inherited values. You have passed down generational wealth.
Okay, so what?
And that's
Wait.
that is more valuable than money can ever buy. Money can never be able to no money can never be able to replace inherited value. Money can never be able to replace what your great grandparents passed down to you. Money can't do that. And that's the difference. Independent Fefails don't bring that type of value in their community or in their society.
It's so that
If they did, this conversation wouldn't exist.
Right. The thing is, like this value that you talk about, that your great grandmother or father or whatever would have passed down, right? The thing is, in today's society, right? If you look around, and we have a pretty good idea, I would say, there isn't actually any guarantee that that's happening, right? And it's not like basically, if you look around in your society, right? What
That's a
great,
lie.
no, wait, what great values is being passed down from generation to generation? Like amongst
I can even keep it simple. Food. Food is one of the greatest values, and food it's full of culture, it's full of history, it's full of stories that's being passed down. Do you know not even in so many different nations, food has stories. Food is almost like it can even be a timestamp of a time period of something that happened in that nation and now is being continued. Something as simple as food can bring so much wealth in that family and bring so much history and truth. Independent females don't even bring that.
No, actually, I couldn't speak for Fefails, whatever they are. But the thing is, here's the thing. You said something interesting about the food, right? That's culture. That's one aspect. Like you realize that someone, let's say they grew up in a culture, let's say, right? They immigrate with their parents to, let's say, to the UK, right? And they had this rich culture, like rich foods, everything. And then they come in there, and that you realize that within even less than a generation, that gets wiped out, right? The thing is, in today's cultures, especially in
No,
Western
that's not
society,
true. Not all the time. It doesn't get wiped out. If it got wiped out, then Indian food wouldn't exist, Asian food wouldn't exist, African food wouldn't exist. All these different foods wouldn't exist in the
I'm
UK,
saying
especially
outside,
especially in the UK, right? They're known for going to every other country and taking their culture and exploiting it. When you go to the UK, do you know how many different restaurants from different cultures exist? They haven't been wiped out. They still exist.
yeah,
That's a
but the thing
lie.
is, okay, so it's a washed up version of what it was, right? The thing is, from generation to generation, nothing stays the same, right? Things change. Nothing is, static, right? And food being, you said, like a central that you can.
It's
And I
still
see,
symbolic of
wait,
their culture. It's
in
still
some
symbolic of their culture.
in some
It's still
families,
symbolic of their culture. It's not all the time washed up. It's washed up in the UK, yes, because it's a westernized society. But if
give
you
me
go
an
back to
example.
their homeland, I
Like
gave you an
India,
example of food.
of India, like you. Okay, so what I was gonna say is this, right? For some families, handing down generation to generation of recipes, that's really, I've seen it. It's a beautiful thing, but that is exceedingly rare, right? Most people are just shoving things down their throats, and food culture in the
No,
Western
that's not
world.
true.
Okay, well,
That's not
okay, so
true. That's not true. In Western, listen, in the UK, okay, Indians still eat their food. You go to an Indian house in the UK, they're not eating processed food. They're not eating processed food. They're eating their cultured food. I've never seen an Indian say, I'm gonna go McDonald's every Friday. No, Indians don't do that.
wait, are you
Okay,
comparing?
Indians
Wait, can
eat their food.
sorry, so I understand, like you
So
said,
when you're
processed
saying
food.
so when
Wait,
you're
wait, you said processed food. Like, are you saying like
yeah,
Indian
processed
food
food.
today
So,
isn't actually processed, or like it's very unhealthy? You know that, right? The true
no, it's
Indian.
not processed food though. It's
Okay, let
not.
me
It's
explain.
not
Okay,
processed though.
this is
Do you understand what processed food is? Processed meat is like is the Indians will eat chicken, will
I
eat
got
goat,
it.
will eat lamb. They don't eat processed meat. They
Okay,
don't
yeah,
eat
that's
like
been fried.
sausages.
That's been
They
deep
don't.
fried. But the
Yeah,
thing
but
is,
that's still no. That's not processed though. If you buy
I get
lamb
it. I get it. I get
and
it.
if you buy lamb, that's not processed. Doesn't matter how you cook it. It's not processed, okay?
Okay,
So cut the
some
crap. Okay, so no. So the reality is you are lying. Okay? People's culture is not being washed up. Okay? There are still people who are heavily cultured, and I gave you an example, like Indians. Okay? Wherever you go, Indians still eat their cultured food. You go into the house and you smell it. Why do you think people say Indians stink? I'm not saying they do, but where do you think that comes from? It comes from because they still eat their food. They don't go to these restaurants. They don't eat processed foods. Please don't take it harsh. I know what I said. But I'm trying to help you understand, like, they have such a stereotype because their culture is not whitey washed, is not washed up. They wear their clothes, they eat their food. So when you say it's being washed up, it's not. People today are proud about their culture more than ever before. If anything, today people are more proud. People want people to see them for who they are and for their culture. So I just think you're being really disingenuous about this. You want to make it seem like it's changing when it's not. Now I just want to quickly acknowledge super chats. Thank you, Andrew Baker. Remnant, she's definitely an independent female. Failure to be on the panel for hours talking this nonsense. This female is definitely lowly and a profitable troll. Lol, great show. Thank you. I appreciate you. Supreme Clientele says she keeps arguing outliers and expectations to defend. Yes, she does. You do move the goalpost a lot. But go on, you can make your response. Do you want to make your response? Fernand, are you there? Okay, so no, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. But just want to say, everyone that's on YouTube, please don't forget to press the like button. And I'm going to be locking off the live and I'm going to be doing last thoughts. So if Lorenz, if you want to come up and do last thoughts, you can. Ferenz, are you there? Yeah, your sound, I'm not sure why it's not working.
Oh, hello. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, so I'm going to be doing last thoughts. So
Yeah.
you can make a response if you want to give you a chance. And then you can give your last thoughts.
Yeah, I just wanted to basically say, like, the example you gave, right? Like for Indian food, that you said, yeah, they preserve their culture, like, and in that regard, they haven't, because what happened is they used to have actually much more richer cuisine, right? And now it has degraded because of they say because of Britain, right, and that colonization, it has changed wholly their diet, right, and the way they prepare their foods and everything that's to do with. There's ancient, like, Ayurveda, right? That's actually great for it's supposed to heal you. Food that's supposed to heal you, not fried foods, not all this stuff that they prepare nowadays. That is completely lost, right? And unfortunately, what I'm saying is nothing is static, right? It's something that basically, in this regard, it has actually disappeared, right? And this is like, it's not something like cultures don't, it's not stagnant, like it doesn't stay, right? It can in some regards stay, but it's ever changing. Culture always changes and it influences every aspect of our lives, right? And that's just, I mean, the way it is. I mean, we're not gonna, like, the horse has left the barn, right? We're not gonna be as traditional as we were in the past, and the future, we don't know what it holds, right? Maybe people would go back to being, what we were past then. But the thing is, nothing stays the same, and change is ever constant. Fortunately or unfortunately, however you want to see it. But anyway, that's all I have to say.
Okay, then. Is that your last thoughts?
Thoughts? Oh, okay.
I know that was a response, yes.
Yeah, just that. Basically, what I wanted to say was, like, the thing is with anything in life, like, the thing is, you can't, I mean, I can't say for one way or another that, this way of life is good or that way of life is good. We can, promote what we think is, good for society, what you think is beneficial for people in society, definitely. But then I don't know, like it just, to me it smacks of like, I like to keep my feminine energy. That's all. Like I'm not gonna like say like these people are this way or that way, because I've seen all kinds of people saying this religion sucks, that religion or that group of people suck. Like it's boring. Let's just go beyond that. Like try to be like more like let's not be small-headed. I think like just let's use our heads to be better people to each other. I don't know. That's what I think. Thanks for having me.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for joining. What I would say, independent Fefails, independent women are failures, facts on facts. I think a lot of independent Fefails are actually starting to feel how insignificant they are in society. And that's why they will do everything they can to discredit a traditional woman and the value that she has, because the truth is independent women can never match a traditional woman. Independent women can never be valuable as a traditional woman, because everything they have gained with their freedom, everything that they created with their freedom is absolute degeneracy. Nothing has evolved when it comes to independent women. All they've done is actually destroy womanhood. That's what they've done. They haven't elevated it, they haven't promoted it, and they haven't even made it more pleasant. What they've done is destroy womanhood and want to call that evolution, when really is complete degeneracy. So this is why they are failures. They don't want to admit that traditional women and traditional people actually pass down inherited values that they will never be able to pass down. Because the truth is, they work for businesses, they work for their careers, their CEOs, and when they unalive, someone else replaces them. And that's that. Whilst traditional women, they actually bring value to society that we see today. Without traditional women, we wouldn't exist, our culture wouldn't exist, and what we know wouldn't exist either.
True.
I'm sure it may be hard for people to even understand. Hold on, I didn't interrupt you with your last thought. It's all right. So the reality is, even genetically, you are passing down knowledge. And it seems like independent women want to discredit that. They don't actually want to look at the truth because it hurts. It hurts that with your freedom, you wasted it and you have become insignificant in society. You have become completely valueless, and you don't actually offer anyone, any man, or even yourself or your community or the people that you love anything that they can be able to thrive in. And that's why a lot of these females don't like that reality. They get to a point where now they either want to fight against it or just accept that they got scammed with feminism. And those are my last thoughts.
Yeah, okay, that's great. That's great points that you raised. But the thing is, at the end of the day, you have.
Okay, thank you. It was last thoughts for a reason. So, Fernand,
Okay,
thank you for coming up. I will be dropping you. So, I want to thank everyone on TikTok. I appreciate every single one of you. Shout out to Boy Wonder. Thank you, LX, Billionaire, The Great. Thank you, The Sincere. And thank you to everyone on YouTube as well. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And even to the opponents, thank you. Everyone on TikTok, before you leave, please press the like button. I would greatly, before the live ends. I meant YouTube. I'm so sorry. I meant YouTube. Everyone on YouTube, please press the like button before it ends. And I want to acknowledge another super chat from Run It Logistics, sent $5. Thank you so much. High five back to you. I appreciate you. So yeah, those were my last thoughts. Have a good day and a good night. I will be back alive tomorrow, same time. So definitely keep an eye out. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your evening, your night, or your day, wherever you're at. And yeah, thank you. Bye.